So, very, very good evening to you all. Welcome along to the Friday night live stream with RB and a couple of guests that we're going to bring in very, very quickly before everybody else decides to jump in. Just a quick hi to everybody that's in the side stream. So, Exeter's here, Crumbly's here, Andy, MT, all the boys are here as usual for the Friday night. And talking of MT, poor old MT, bless him. Here he is. He's on the stream, feeling worse for wear. Hope those painkillers are good, mate.
Oh, I've just taken some codeines. That was not nice. I was having a great day until that moment.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, as long as I say, the bike can be fixed, mate. You can't. I do like the
What?
one arm bandit comment that you've got there. We've got a quick one, Duncan. Hi all. Hope you're all well. And of course, the man himself, Mr. BMW. It's Andy with the GSA tractor. Evening, Andy.
Oh, hello, hello.
Hi, Andy.
Yeah,
Hello,
good.
mate. You all right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Simon's late as usual. I don't know
I've
where
got
he's
my-
got to. So yeah, we've got loads in the side chat. I'm going to put the StreamYard link up one more time. So if you do want to obviously jump into the stream, guys, the link is going up again down the side. All you got to do is click that. Make sure you got a laptop, camera, microphone, whatever. Come and join in the stream. It goes very much down the rabbit hole from 9 o'clock. So there is a disclaimer that goes up from 9 o'clock up to 8 o'clock. It is child friendly. That it goes very, very downhill from 9 o'clock. And then normally Simon pops in the stream and it goes even more downhill from there. But then obviously Simon will take over round about 10, 11 o'clock and he runs for the evening if he decides to turn up. So, yeah, quick one from Crumbly. What the hell MTB? So, MT, tell us all about what happened.
Well, I was out filming me Batman Link to Nottingham film, and I thought on the way home I'll pop in to see the people I did me CBT with. And I was slowing down. I was only doing about 8 miles an hour, and I think I hit the back brake as well as the front brake because I was on the front brake. And yeah, the bike disappeared from underneath me. So I've got a fractured radial joint in my elbow, landed on my wrist because I put my hand out, trapped my left foot under the bike. The saddlebags, luckily enough, took the impact. And the only thing it did to the bike was I put some wind deflectors on the front of it, and it just broke the left hand one of them. So yeah,
Oh,
so
bless.
it's been great fun. So 6 weeks without riding or driving.
Oh dear, oh dear. And the man himself is here, Mr. Simon GTR 1400. Evening, Simon.
Evening, Simon.
Good evening, all. How are we? MT, nice to see you. Andy, nice to see you. Red Bomb alone.
Hello, buddy. Yeah,
Hello,
Boo's in the
Boo.
room, so
Hi,
big guy to Boom. And, it's the man himself. I can't do the accent. My throat was knackered from last Sunday.
So my ears.
So, yeah, exactly. That was very, very good. Phil actually watched it, and he said to me, "What are they doing behind the bin?" I went, "Killing themselves laughing." He all wondered what you were doing behind the biff a bit. I went, yeah. When I actually walked down the yard, you could see Hayden and Ali killing themselves. They were trying to sort of keep the smile under control, but that was a little bit. It was amusing. Everyone said I sounded more like a drunk pirate.
I would have said Irish pirate, but there you go.
Yeah, an Irish Geordie.
An Irish Geordie, Irish pirate, but it was worth it to obviously get it out there because obviously I tagged Lockwood and Zhead in it, so hopefully they'll get a few more subscribers. Well done to Simon, 500 subscribers, Simon. You're halfway there. You're halfway there.
No one was as shocked as that as me. I think it's Howie and Lockwood mentioned it on my video. And they said, "Congratulations on the 500." And I'm sat there thinking, 500 what? and then I went and had a look, and I was like, "Oh crap, yeah, wow."
Yeah, 500 subs. There's quite a few people hitting the 500 subs. But we're gonna have to get Andy up there next. Andy's the next one to push up the 500 subs, and try and get him there and get him to be a little bit of a legend.
Absolutely.
I'm a legend. You need to speak.
He's a leg end. No, that's a leg end.
Yeah, but it's we've had some fun today. Loads and loads of bits going on at the garage. The GTR finally come in and we got it on the ramp. Yeah, cleaned all the gear selector up, and I still can't find neutral on it, and it's still not firing up. So it's going to be panel strip this week.
It's going to need the plugs out and everything. So
yeah, I've had the we checked the side stand switch because I wanted to make sure it wasn't the side stand switch. But as soon as the side stand switch goes down, you don't get no ignition. So I know that thing is working properly.
Yeah.
But it's either going to be that gear selector because it's not hitting the neutral light, but it turns over when you've got it in neutral, but it just doesn't show neutral on the screen. So I don't think it's going to be the gear selector. I reckon it's going to be plugs out and clean it up.
It's going to be plugs out. There's too much fuel's gone in there. It'll need new plugs and drying out, I assume. But yeah.
But we had a nice little MT in. I think it was Wednesday. Came in for a full service. If you happen to ride an MT, and I know Brandon rides one, what a pig to get to plug number 3. So it's split the panel down the middle, tank out. You have to remove or unbolt the ABS unit and the ECU to get to plug number 3.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah. Hour and a bit to strip the damn thing out. But yeah, nice little bike. Rides lovely.
Yeah.
And then
speaking of MTs, MT Tank, he's started to put videos out now, hasn't he? He's got a microphone and that. So.
I did. I think it was Crumbly messaged me privately and said, pass this to Brandon. Obviously, I'm not going to say what video it is, but Brandon's clocks were on show.
Yeah, of course they were. Yeah, I did notice that. But also, apparently, he can't turn right when he's got wind. Apparently, he said on his video. Yeah.
But I think he went back in and he stuck an edit. He stuck an edit on the over the clocks, so he's blurred them out now.
Yeah.
As I say to all people, make sure if you are sort of opening it up a little bit that you do bang up the old blur over the clocks.
Absolutely.
Bear with me a sec while I message the missus.
Oh, Andy, you're on mute.
Yeah, I said put 8 blur mine off when we was up the A5.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube takes ages to blur it out, and then I missed a bit on the way home, but I only touched 80 once or twice. That weren't too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Normally, if you're at 80, 90, they sort of turn a blind eye to it. It's when you're hitting the 3 figures that you tend to get all the.
That's why I blurred out. Yeah. The A5. I was well into 3 figures on that one.
Oh, no, apparently, according to my speed, I was only doing 71, 72 at the most. That's all I can see.
Because I
know. Mine's always, you know what digital clocks are like. They're well out.
Exactly. I had one on the Cypher this week because obviously going back a bit where I was out on the little electric bike doing 30 and the little old boy, I think Simon's seen that one, where the little old boy pulls out in front of me. And then, I'm just going to have a quick word. And everyone's like, well, you chased him down for half a mile. And I went, I didn't. I was beeping and flashing. He didn't pay the blindest bit of attention to me.
Half a mile, it's about 400 yards.
It was about 400 yards. And he went, oh, trust you, RB, chasing a poor old boy down to have a go at him. I said, I wasn't. I was actually educating him. Next time, I said, luckily, I was already watching that junction. So I was on the brakes as he pulled out. But someone said to me, he said, oh, and the fact that you turned up the wrong side of the road to chase him down. I said, if you happen to go and look, it's a one-way street, mate. It's left and right turn going up there. And he went, is it? I went, go back and watch the bloody video.
Yeah, I know where it is. It's a one-way street, yeah. And that's one of my videos. I'm actually in the right-hand lane when someone pulls into it the wrong way, so I just stop in front of them.
The amount of people that get it wrong. Oh, here we go. White Rock is still getting speed on the sat.
You sat nav and
the sat nav's out. It's a load of rubbish.
Yeah. Never trust the sat nav.
It's actually in kilometres.
Quick one, Simon. You can't park there, mate.
No. I was on my way home one night, and I was on my way home one night, and that's why I usually turn right. And of course, obviously, I couldn't turn right. And I've seen this. You can't park there, sir, on TikTok before. I thought I'm going to nick that sound and use it.
That worked. Well, there was a nasty one. Same junction that I got knocked off the ZSB. There was one the other day. Did you hear about it?
No, I didn't hear nothing about that one. No.
Car coming off the Tesco roundabout, coming towards the top of the hill. And a woman in a little orange car decided to pull across the front, thinking she had enough time. No, and the road was shut for 3.5 hours because they had to cut her out the car.
Well, it's just as well it's just as well it's shut a little bit further up the road. You don't get a lot of traffic down that way now.
Exactly, yeah.
I was coming
we had
to
snow. Redheads just said they had snow up there today. We had it here this morning.
Yeah, all of
We did.
about 20 flakes, and that was it. Quick one. I had some boy chasing me on a GS on Sunday. I don't know who that was.
Watch them GS riders, mate. Watch them. Yeah, they'll think you're a sheep.
I didn't realise that a WRR could go so slow.
Well, look who's riding it. Come on. It's a little old man riding it.
That was a very, very good run Sunday up the Super Sausage. So, the man himself's here. He said, "Hailstones like golf ball." It's baby Lockwood. Hello, my boy.
Lockwood, Rev Bomb's been missing you.
What's that?
Yeah.
I ain't doing the bloody accent anymore. No, he probably can't make it because he's got bad back, bad arms. Old age is kicking in now. So
Yeah. That did make me chuckle, that video.
it was 6 inches deep. I won't tell you how I measured it. No, don't want to know that.
You would have had to use that 4 times. We know that, Zed.
Zed, I think Zed did one. Oh God, what is it? I think it's from Train Spotting. He's just done a new one. I think it was the face over job, he reface or whatever. So yeah, I caught up with that this afternoon. But yeah, it's good. It's been a good week so far. I'm not riding Sunday because obviously the missus has decided it's her weekend out. So I said to her, right, I said if you're going out for food on Sunday, take the dog with you. Why is that? I said, because I'm going to go down the garage and have the panels off the GTR. Going to have a bit of time on my own in the garage, work on it myself.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I just screamed then because I moved my arm.
Yeah, you can only move your arm in one direction, and you're buggered for lifting pints at the moment.
That was stupid. That wasn't true.
Sunday's hotel. So this Sunday I'm booking the hotels, guys. So
cool.
You're all financially committed Sunday.
Cool. Let me get you a code off of my next door neighbour for the Premier Inn if you're doing Premier Inn.
Yeah, well, I've got a code anyway. If you send it to us, because I don't know what it's that I've been looking today and they are getting scarce. So.
Alrighty. Oh, quick one. Oh, JD's in the room. Evening, mates. Make sure you're destroy the light. If you haven't clicked the like button yet, guys, go and smash the hell out of it. As I say, all these guys in the room, while you're sitting here watching the live stream, go and open a second window, go and search out their channels and give them a click on the old YouTube. Give them a like and a follow on their channels as well. Loads of people. Yes, subscribe, as I say.
Subscribe.
As you can see, I did go to Wayne Manor.
Yeah.
Batman.
I noticed the Batman car was up there this week.
Yeah, it's coming up in March because the new film's coming out, isn't it? I think it's March it's coming up as well because the new film's coming out. So I'm going to go and try and see if we can get some pictures with that thing.
Ah, excellent.
If I'm back on the road by then.
You should be, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's my own stupid fault.
Well, it takes time. It takes time, as they say. But...
Yeah, well, I'm just glad I had my boots on because they saved me foot because the bike landed on my left foot. So,
ouchie, ouch.
Yeah, well, it was mainly the arm what I've damaged because if you look on the video, you see me put my hand out.
Worst thing, everybody does it, no matter how low or how fast. Human instinct to stick your hands out to stop yourself.
So, but one of them things, rider error. Could have been worse.
Yeah, as I say, it could have been worse. It could have been a bigger bike. And luckily, Andy's not dropped his yet. But I'd hate to think what the weight is of that thing, or Simon's GTR trying to pick one of those up when it goes over.
That's why I'm in the AA. They can come pick it up.
Well, I had a nice lady. Sorry, I had a nice lady who came running across, and the first thing I said to her was, "See that red button? Press it." So.
Yeah. It's the man himself. He's in the room. Lockwood is here,
How we
guys.
doing?
Hey,
Evening, Lockwood.
How are we, guys?
Good. Yeah, good.
God, I don't know what it is. I'm getting like double
echo.
Yeah.
Have you mute your YouTube?
How we doing, guys? You all right?
Yeah, good.
All good.
Good. Well, I got a wee surprise today.
Oh, go on.
Oh,
no!
Honestly,
It's not my baby. Honestly, it's not my baby.
the kids came back from school on Thursday of last week. Both of them had it, and my wife got it on Friday night. And I started a new job on the Monday, and I thought, guaranteed, I'm going to get it over the weekend. But I never. And I've been testing every day. And this morning, all ready to go to work, I thought I better do a test before I go out. There it was. 2 lines.
God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you're in isolation. You can't catch it over YouTube, can you? No, that's all right then.
Yeah, no, we're good, I think. We're good. Can I just say, sorry I missed the live last week.
But behave, the missus is on.
I'll put a mask on because I'm sitting next to him. So
it goes in through your eyes as well. So get a pair of goggles on or something.
Problem solved.
The girly.
Right.
Yeah,
see you later, Crumbly, if you're off, mate.
I missed you. Sorry, I missed it last week. But wow, that was some video on Sunday. I was on my knees. Oh. It was a cross between Orkney Islands and I don't know, maybe somewhere in Holland.
Jimmy Cranky, I think. Yeah.
But a Dutch in there.
Well, I had a choice of bikes to ride because I said to Phil, I said, if you take, because Phil was going to take the big VN 1700 Cruiser out, and I said to him, I've got a choice of the VFR 12. I've got a choice of the VFR 800, or I can take the Blackbird out, but I don't like riding the Blackbird because it's just bloody noisy because it's got open baffles on it and it's uncomfortable to ride. It's just so big and bulky. And I went, you know what? I'm going to have a bit of fun. And then I mentioned in the stream that I was going to probably take the VFR 800 out. And then Zed turned around and went, oh, if you're doing that, then you ought to do it as Daddy Lockwood and do it in a Scottish accent. So I'm game for anything if it's going to get views across the channel. Yep. So that's exactly why we did it. But I did say to people, it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but I did it all the way there. If you watch the first bit, these lot over here were killing themselves laughing behind the biffa bin. Especially he's like, oh, for your F-bomb. And then I said to him, I said, this is going to go bloody viral. It's been shared everywhere at the moment. It's gone all over my Facebook, everywhere. People messaging me, didn't realise you were Scottish, piss off.
It was brilliant. It really was good. It was fun. Yeah.
It was a good fun day.
Yeah, it was a good fun day. A quick one. Hi, Spooky Von Spooks. Still here. Oh, where you been this week? I didn't see you. Yeah, I've been all over the place this week. Literally ride test. But we've obviously the big boss is now working from home for the next 3 weeks. So Phil's basically running the office from home, taking the phone calls, leaving me and the girls to run the garage. But we've had quite a few issues this week. A lot of cars. So we serviced an MT, did a service on another big bike last week. I think I've got a couple of big ones in this weekend, but obviously the GTR's on the ramp as well. But people's maintenance of bikes, we had one that was recovered today, and I feel really sorry for the guy. Brand new 3-month-old LXR SE. So it's the sporty version with the alley swing arm, inverted race forks, on a dual carriageway, and his chain come off. And he said,
ow,
yeah, my chain's come off, the bike's stopped, I'm at the side of the road and there's oil pissing everywhere. Oh, great. Get it recovered to us. Let's have a look. Got the bike in this afternoon, and my mechanic basically, he said, what should I do? I went, strip out the front of the casings. Let's have a look at the sprocket. If it's weldable and it's only a small hole in the gearbox, I can weld it. I've got a feeling that it's detached itself from the front sprocket, being too loose. It's caught to the inside of the sprocket, and the sprocket's driven the chain into the front of the gearbox. Nope, completely wrong. The chain had actually so loose, it was so loose and so rusted, so it's not had any maintenance in 3 months, absolutely filthy dirty. The chain had actually come up, locked around the back wheel, like a banjo, and pulled the front sprocket backwards and detached the main cogs out of the gearbox. So I've got I've basically got a sprocket with a gear spindle hanging out the gearbox.
Excellent.
Jeez.
And a new engine for one of those is £1,900. Plus an 8-hour panel strip to replace the engine, put it all in. So the price of actually doing it outweighs the £3,400 cost of the bike. It's a write-off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just down to bad maintenance,
That's
not
it.
done his chain tension, not done his cleans. It's a mess. So double ouch for him. So unfortunately, he's going to get the phone call in the morning. Your bike's beyond economical repair. So as I say, and I bang on to people all the time, do your walk rounds every day, tire pressures, lights, indicators, check your chain tension and check everything's working before you get on the damn bike. And most 17, 18-year-olds do not do that. They just jump on the bike expecting it to last them a lifetime, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But obviously 125 is just lucky it wasn't on a bigger bike, because it'd been a 700cc and that back wheel had locked up. That's game over. That is going to throw you down the road. I know, been there, done it. I've done it on a 250 where I actually hit it that hard that I spat the front half of the spring link off and stretched the chain. And it wasn't until it wrapped itself around the back wheel and locked it up going down the A5D at 70 mile an hour. And to hold a locked up back wheel in a straight line, it doesn't happen. Side to side, and you do get off and you've got brown stuff in your pants. So yeah, people are just lazy when it comes to actually doing their own bike maintenance. But as I say, and yet you compare it to the MT-07 that this woman brought in for us to service. Then that's 2015, and it looks like a brand new bike. And I said to her, I said, "Cool, bloody good condition for the year." And she went, "Yeah, because I clean it every weekend." I said, "I'll tell you what." I said, "It's got a little bit of road dirt and salt on it. I'll give it a jet wash and a foam brush for you. And I'll give you an ACF clean." And I've cleaned it up yesterday. It looks like a brand spanking new bike now. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. Quick one.
Definitely.
Love how you're talking maintenance as I do. Well, yeah, well done, James. Yeah, stay on top of the maintenance all the time, mate. A lot of people, because someone said to me, "How do you do a chain lube?" I said, if you've got a main stand, stick it up, spin the back wheel, and just a little bit of chain lube on the back wheel. Just don't put too much that it spits all over your tyre. But then if you're on a side stand, then get your mate to hook it up in the air and pull it up on the side stand, back end in the air, and do the same thing again. But, people don't. And there aren't people say to me, "Oh, yeah, I just use WD-40. That's not going to lube your chain.
No. It's a
I'm
water
interested to know
displacement spray. It's not a fucking lube.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to know what are, where he did his CBT, because one thing they did with us when I did mine was basically they told us go around and do a bolt check every time before you get on the bike.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that, and you got to be honest with you. How many fucking 16 and 17-year-olds are actually listening while you're doing that?
Well, no, they're more interested in getting on the bike and getting the thing, aren't they? So
it goes in there, it comes out there. That's if it goes in there at all.
Well, it's one thing I was told. Before you get on it, walk around it, make sure everything's all right. So,
you get told your daily checks, your weekly checks, etc., etc., etc. It's part of the CVT syllabus.
Yeah,
because we've got two really good schools in Milton Keynes, and obviously Simon knows both of them anyway. Mark Page and Guy at Learn to Ride. Guy does not do CBTs. He hates trying to teach youngsters CBT because they don't bloody listen to him. So William, he chucks it to Will. Will normally does those with the other guys. Guy tends to do like the mod 1s, the mod 2s, and the DAS. And I actually spoke to him, left him a message today saying, "Look, I've run out of leaflets. Get me some more leaflets down, because I'm giving leaflets away left, right." And people are saying, "Oh, where can we get a CBT?" Because everybody is full for trying to get CBTs. Are Grafton Honda still doing it? I went, yeah, Grafton still do it, but is their direct number? "Oh yeah, but we met this guy in Northampton, and all he did was shout at us." And probably because you weren't bleeding listening.
Because I think that's what the instructor like teaching us, even in house.
Yeah, Hells is in the room, so yeah, I'll put the link up for you, buddy, if you want to come and jump up. I think Hells put a couple of photos up on Insta the other day. Some really good photos of him out. I think he's down in, I think it was Daytona the last time we spoke to him, but we'll find out if he popped in. when he pops in. Simon, have you cleaned your bike since Sunday?
No. In short, no.
That's why he's been sitting there quiet when we talk about maintenance.
Yeah. I haven't done mine. My brake discs on the front have actually gone rusty because I've not used it for the last 2 weeks. And I'm like,
my excuse is I use mine every day and I'm out on it. I leave when it's dark and I get home when it's dark, so I can't. So
you've got the weekend to do it anyway.
Walking around it.
A quick one from Andy. He said we sound like Daleks. It's your headset, mate. You've got cheap speakers. Either that, or it's you've got one of those women laptops. Was it Adele?
Adele.
I'll tell you what, if you should hear mine, the fan on mine is going absolutely nuts at the moment because I'm trying to edit 3 different videos and I'm downloading the latest film for the missus. She said, "Oh, the new Gucci film's on with Lady Gaga. Can you download it?" Oh, God's sake! So I'm currently downloading that for her at the moment, along with Spider-Man 3 as well. So
all sorts.
Spider-Man. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Sorry.
It's not a bad copy actually, the one I've got, but it's quite handy when you've got a friend who's a projectionist in LA that sends you the film 2 weeks before it hits England. So
Yeah.
I'll share the link up with you later, Simon. It's all on my Dropbox.
So, Reb, what was your thought on the 800 then? Did you quite like it? Looked like you were having fun on it.
I was having oodles of fun on that. I was loving it. Yeah, until this guy on this tractor pulled up beside me and went, "Yeah, gone." It was actually a nice run. It was good to actually be over a tank again instead of being sat bolt upright. But it wasn't extreme as my ZX7. So
yeah, it was good actually seeing everybody's different videos on the same day, you know, on the same morning. It was good. Yeah.
Good bit of fun. And the good news is obviously I've got the ZX7 running again. I've actually found out why it hasn't been running very well for the last 2 years. Because to start it up, you had to get out in the morning, optimizer or a battery charger on it, crank it over for about 20 seconds, twist the throttle 8 times, choke full on, twist the throttle another 8 times, fire it, and if it didn't fire, repeat the process. And then we took it apart to obviously clean all the carbs up to find that the choke cable holder wasn't there. So there's me pulling at the choke, and it's doing bugger all.
That's why it was having trouble. There you go.
But we put the new choke clip on it today. We've cleaned all the carb seals on it, done all the jets on it, put it all back to normal, and it fired on the touch of a button first time. So get it all cleaned up, and that's going up for sale next week. So we'll do a video on that.
Yeah.
All I've got to do
sad
is
to
just
see that go.
I know. I should be sad to see it go. I'd like to keep it, but I've got the GTR now when it's running. But as Phil said to me, he said, "Oh, well, how long before you have enough of that, get rid of it, and decide to buy the Vulcan Cruiser?" And I went, "I do like the Vulcan.
I'll give it till summer."
Yeah,
And it
yeah.
fell off.
But we've got a couple more, obviously, that we've been having a look at. Quick one, Code's here in the room. So hi to Code Grey, KG.
Hi, Code.
Mark's here. Airship Vlogster's in the room as well, mate. So Andy's back again. Let's chuck him back in the stream. Yeah, there's loads joining us in the stream.
Do we still sound like Daleks, Andy?
I just reset live stream, see if that works. I was only getting every other word.
Oh, strange.
And on again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's got his settings on Norman Collier.
Yeah, we've got. We used to do that when we used to set up for the live gigs, and we used to do. We had a guy called Paul Zerdin that was a ventriloquist, and he used to go on the live stream and he'd go, "Hello, 1, 2, 3, not working." And the guy would be like, and then he went, "It's not working, still not working. Bugger."
Yeah, Norman Collier. Yeah, I was a bit of a Norman Collier with my crash helmet a while ago. So I think it was
It's the man himself. Zed's in the room, everybody.
Yo,
Good buddy.
Good
You all right?
evening. How's
How you
things?
doing, Stu?
Aye, all right, mate.
Not bad, not bad. Bit of a sore throat, but self-inflicted.
Andy's now surrounded by Scotsmen, and one of them's got COVID.
Yeah. Your lad, that video, your lad, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man, he's pushing really hard just now. He's got competitions coming up, so he's pushing really hard for all new learners at the skate park. So he's.
I'm waiting to see if Andy can do that with the BMW. Bring it up, do a couple of rotational flips before he gets back in the saddle.
He can, but then he falls on his face. Yeah.
Yeah. So, how's your week been then, Stu?
Very, very busy. Work has just been a bitch, to say the least. So yeah, very, very busy.
And I don't know if you've actually caught. Did you hear the story about MT?
No.
Go on, MT.
The one on Bandit.
Yeah,
Oh
he came down to meet us on Sunday. Brought the Mrs. Tina and Kira come down. Kira done some really nice photos.
Oh, no, photos cracking.
Yeah, photos are cracking. Obviously met Rhythmic down there, Uncle Red. New didn't turn up, but we were expecting him and Jim, but Jim couldn't make it. But then obviously during this week, he's had an off-ski.
I've had an off-ski. Well, at least it was slow speed. So
you're here to tell the tale, buddy. So
well, yeah, it's just like I say, the radial joint they call it. I've got a fracture there. I've got to keep this on for another 2 weeks because I put my hand out. So luckily enough, no broken wrist bones, but no riding or car for 6 weeks. I actually rode the bike back home. Would you believe it?
Yeah.
And it's only because Tina told me to go and get myself checked out that I discovered I'd gone and done that to my arm. Otherwise, I'd just sat at home and just gone, oh, well, it's badly bruised. So,
how did the bike fare?
Saddlebag saved it and my left foot. The only thing what got damaged on the bike was there's a few scratches on like the clutch lever. The wing mirror spun around. The foot pedal, they move up and down anyway.
Yeah.
And because she asked me to do the washing up.
He'd do anything to get out doing the washing up, wouldn't he, Tina?
And like I say, the foot plate went up. And I bought some wind deflectors off Amazon, plastic wind deflectors for my hand. And that's the only thing what broke and shattered on the bike. Well, like I say, saddlebag saved it in my left foot underneath it.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm alive. Bike, like I say, rode the bike back home.
As you do.
Yeah.
As you do, yeah.
So, but luckily enough, like I say, a bloke got out his car, picked the bike up off me.
Yeah.
After I told this, the first thing I said to this lady when she came over to me was, hit the red button, on the engine to cut the engine off, and she did.
Definitely.
So, well, like I say, those saddlebags were a good investment, Crumbly Mel. It really was. Tina got me in for Christmas, so I'm glad I put them on. So
I come off on a back road, and what it was a farmer had come out of field and left the slurry tap open.
Oh, yeah.
Going from one field to the other. So I've went into a right-hand corner, went into the left-hand corner, and the bike went straight.
Yeah.
And you went, oh shit. Yeah.
So I basically, when I went into this ditch, I kept the bike upright, kept it straight. And like on the sort of farm tracks, the sort of road sits higher than the grass verge. So my ribs basically hit the edge of the tarmac. And all I can remember is me sliding backwards, and it scraped the whole back of my helmet, sliding backwards, and all I saw was headlight, tail light, headlight, tail light, headlight, as it sat spinning on its axis.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
haven't
nice,
had a chance to put the full video up yet, but you'll see me going along, and the next thing you see is me looking up at the sky.
Yeah.
But the place where I was going to see anyway, they got it on their CCTV, so I asked them to put the video up so I could watch it myself and learn from it. And I've learnt my lesson. next time don't hit the brake so hard.
But I think
Yeah.
that's quite a big thing as well. What you've just said there tells me everything that I need to know about the way you will continue to ride your bike, and that's consistently and constantly learn.
Yeah.
Because any mistake that you make, if as long as you know, right, okay, I didn't do something right there, but what was it I didn't do right, and you learn from it, you'll not make
Yeah.
the same mistake again.
Because like I say, I
Did
went
any-
in. Sorry, Andy.
Did anyone watch Lamb Chop's latest video on the Multistrada when he completely and utterly missed the corner and nearly stacked it?
No, not yet.
He's hammering this thing down the road, and the road bared to the left and come to a T junction. He completely missed it. He was on the other side. He went straight through the corner onto the other side of the road, and it was only the ABS that saved him. If there had been a car coming on that side of the road, crunch. Yeah, it's a classic.
I don't know if any of you guys follow Away You Go, the Facebook page. It's like Gary that runs it.
Yeah.
It's all the boys from Ireland, and one of the things that they said, because they did a small tour of Scotland, and they said how accurate the hazard markers are in Scotland when it comes to severity of corner. In Ireland, they said that they all tend to be the same, regardless of how severe the corner is. Whereas in Scotland, if it's only got one chevron or two chevrons, it's a mild corner, and you can take it that way. But if it's 3, 4, you need to approach with caution. It maybe backs off in itself or whatever. 5, you really have to sort of be on it and make sure that you're paying attention.
Like my sat nav, because you can see if you look at your sat nav, and it gives you a clear view ahead. It does tell you the severity of bends, especially on strange roads you've never ridden. It does give you a good heads up.
I did a bike safe course a good few years ago. I think it was about 2010, 2011. And one of the most important things that I learned from the bike safe course is that trees never move. So if you're riding on a road and you see the tree line start to head in the one direction, that's where the corner's going.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, your vanishing point. Yeah, that's what.
No, but what Zed's saying about the tree line is you get that long before you see the vanishing point, no matter what the topography of the road's doing. You can see, and if you see the road all of a sudden goes around like that, you know it's a very, very tight turn. Just with the trees.
Well, you're off road in the forest then.
See, when you come up to Scotland, you'll be through a lot of forests.
Give us a second, boys. I've got a phone call.
Well, yeah, as Lexus says, the bike's got combined braking on it, so I think I probably pressed the back brake, and I was already on the front brake, and I don't know whether that caused the front end just to sort of just go, but as soon as it went, my left foot went out, because I was trying to hold the bike up. And then that was it. I was leg swinging home, looking at the sky. I'm on the floor with bike resting on my left foot. But it's a good job. I've got these bad boys.
Yeah.
They're some serious looking boots, aren't they?
Yeah. That's
Batman would be proud of them.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've seen Tina Turner with a pair of them on at one point.
Hey!
But yeah, it's a good job I had all my gear on, because I've got biker jeans as well. So I was wearing my biker jeans. I got my jacket on, obviously my helmet and gloves, and those are, big heavy boots. So I'm glad I had all this stuff on. So
good.
It's just like I say, it's because I put my hand out, which is a natural reaction when you're falling.
Yeah.
And that's what took all the impact, was that hand. So.
But then you know exactly what's happened, but you think if you hadn't had gloves on.
Oh, yeah, I know.
My father-in-law used to work in A&E, and he had a biker that came in that hadn't worn gloves, and he said that he could actually see the scuff marks of the road on the bone on the palm of his hand because he didn't have any palm.
I got Frank Thomas gloves, so they've got all the Kevlar on them and everything. So
Pink Punters is on the phone to Rev. Sorry, Boo Riders just put that in.
Well, yeah, I'm just glad I was wearing all the gear. I never go out unless I'm fully dressed head to toe.
Well, that's it. So, all the gear all the time. Whether I'm going down the shop for a pint of milk or I'm going on an all-day ride.
Yeah, that's same as me. I'll just make
sure I'm
fully
you've got
dressed.
to do it. Yep, you've got to be fully.
year was when we rode to Benidorm, and I rode there in t-shirts and shorts because it was like 47 degrees.
Yeah.
And everyone else was doing it, so you just kind of
Spanish safety gear, isn't it?
Shorts and a t-shirt, and we were well dressed compared to some of the Spanish guys going past us with speedos.
Flip-flop.
Well, like I say, it's one of those things. I've learnt from it. I won't do it again. It didn't help. The road was a bit greasy and horrible as well, so it was just one of those things. I knew it was going to come off at some point. So it's like your first car accident.
Like Zed was saying, it's like you remember, you know what you've done, and you'll just not do it again.
You learn from it.
Yeah. And when I came off
from it,
when I came off my blade, I just came onto a roundabout that had a camber on it, and it was quite a big roundabout. And as I was coming round, I opened it just before I was back on the street, and I slipped and lost the front. And all I can remember is my bike. I wasn't thinking of me. I wasn't thinking of anything. Just watching my bike sliding down the road.
Yeah.
But now until this day, I still won't open the throttle up on a cambered roundabout because I know that's what will happen. So or potentially that's what
Mrs. Empty Belly told me off when I rang her up because I was going, the bike's all right, and she was like, I don't give a damn about the bike. How are you? It was like, oh, I'm all right.
There was a YouTuber a few years ago. I don't even know if he's still got his channel active. He was KTM Angry Dragon. I don't know if any of you have heard of him, but he was on a motorway and a BMW actually spun out in front of him. And I think he was doing 70 in the outside lane, and it spun into the oncoming and it hit him. And he went down the road, the bike went down the road, and it was quite a heavy impact. I think he broke his wrist from it, but a guy from the army actually jumped over the barrier. A guy from the army, another barrier, jumped over to ask him if he was all right. And that was the first thing he said, is my bike okay? That's a biker thing, isn't it? Is my bike all right?
So like I say, I waited until I got home before I rang Mrs. Belly up because I thought, I'm not going to ring her just yet.
You're right there. Yeah, good. Yeah, I was just a boss on the phone, just working the hours out for next week for the staff. So, quick one from Western. Oi, from the room. The editor in chief's right. Yeah, and actually in the same room tonight. Yay. Yeah, I was just taking the mick out of booze like that gay-looking BMW that he was riding.
No, I remember.
It's a very feminine bike, and all the girls wanted to sit on it Sunday.
I know, yeah. Everyone's like, oh, it's nice. It was very nice.
I know Kira enjoyed sitting on Simon's GTR. So.
Easy,
yeah. She can't wait. She can't until she's old enough. She's waiting until she's 17 and going straight for it. So
brilliant.
It's like I say, I showed her the video and everything, and so we sat there going through it. And it was like, I can tell what I've done wrong. So, lesson learned.
Learn from your mistakes.
I remember I was up at, it was 2009, I passed my test. I did a direct access, so it was a ZZR 600 that I went on to straight away. And my mate had a Suzuki Bandit he had. But my mate had ridden, he was a Scottish Junior Trials bike champion, so he could ride a bike absolutely brilliant. And we were coming down the Lochside. We had actually been up at the 5-day trials up at Fort William, which is a trial bike championships. So we had done the whole of Glencoe. We'd been riding all day, and I had been riding absolutely perfect. He said to me, just sit behind, follow my lines, and if I overtake, you overtake, so on and so forth. And we did that. So on the way home, we parked at Tyndrum, and then we headed down the Lochside. And there's a part of the Lochside where you're sort of coming downhill, and it's a right, left, right, and then a left. And the last left in that series, there's a dry stone wall on the inside. And in experience, I looked at the dry stone wall, and by the time I'd looked at the dry stone wall, I'd missed the breaking point. And I was far, far too hot into the corner and far too inexperienced to know what to do about it.
Yeah.
So my instinct was just to lean, which I did. which unsettled the bike, because what happened was the suspension basically just sat down, and by the time that the compression of the suspension started to react, it started to buck me and it was throwing me all over the place. But I was, all the time this was happening, it was pulling me out to the outside of my lane, and it was a Range Rover that was coming the other way. And the guy in the Range Rover was actually doing that because he thought I was going to hit him. But for whatever reason, I had the presence of mind that, see, when the bike actually sat up, I gunned it. I just accelerated and it straightened the bike clean up. And my mate raced past me, pulled me into the side, and he was touching my arms and touching my legs because he thought I'd hit the car. And I thought, I'm fine. I never touched it. But that was the biggest learning sort of experience for me, because I had to sort of say, what happened there? What did I do?
Yeah.
And he went over it until I understood that I focused. It was object fixation, which it's like, if you see a pothole, you're going to hit it. That's the whole thing. That was my first learning experience.
Like I say, that's why I asked them to post a video up on Facebook, so I could literally sit there and watch it and work out what I'd done wrong. You know, and it was like, because at the time it happened so frigging quick. You know, it's like, say, 1 minute I'm on the bike, next thing I'm looking at the sky, and it was like, what the hell happened there? Yeah. So, you know, so I'm glad they did it. Like I say, I'll recover. I'll be back out on the road in 6 weeks' time. It's not going to stop me.
Exactly. No, 100%.
Yeah, you know, like I say, I rode the chuffing thing home, parked it up, Kira covered it up for me, walked into the house, sat down, had a cigarette and a coffee, rang the missus up, and then got myself down to the walking centre. So, you know.
Well, when I come off mine, I rode mine home. When I come off it with the cow dung, I rode it home. I put it in the garage. I actually inspected it to check what the sort of damage was. I phoned my mate, and Lockwood will know who it is because it was the same person that did Lockwood's VFR. I phoned him and said, listen, this is what's happened, because we were due to go out on a ride at the weekend, and I said, this is what's happened. And he's like, get the panels off, get them to me, and that's what I did. I was absolutely gubbed, but he's like, no, you're still coming out on the bike. You need to get back out as soon as you can to get yourself over it, and that's what I did.
Well, like I say, you rode home perfectly all right, so it was like, you know
yourself in a way.
Yeah, just needed to tighten the wing mirror up. You know, the left-hand mirror up, just need to tighten that up. You know, and get a new wind deflector for it, and it'll be fine. So, well, it's just one of those things, like I say.
I'll just say hi to Paul. Paul's in the room. Mad old biker Paul. It's not Andy GSA in a bandage. It's MT that's in the bandage, mate.
Buy a dashwasher.
MT buy a dashwasher. I've no idea what he means.
No. Confused by that.
I think that was because you never did the dishes.
Oh yeah, dishwasher. Yeah, get a dishwasher for the missus.
Yeah, get a dishwasher.
Yeah, it's a good excuse.
Yeah. It's like they were saying, how many men does it take to do the housework on a Sunday? None, because it's woman's work. Got to be. All right, I'll get Mrs. BG all over me now.
Definitely, that door will be getting opened.
That's all right. She's got
the wee Scottish woman. That'll be your lot, mate.
My one's gone to her mother's tonight to play bingo. So
that's right. We'll tell her when she comes home.
Yeah, tell her in a week.
Well, yeah, it's weird how they don't plaster it though. They just leave it because you're going to keep moving your arm.
Yeah,
you know, I've got to keep it moving. It's just extremely painful. So
it depends how bad the break is, where it is, and
because it's the radial.
But what you might find as well is, like, obviously there's a 2-week window. It's like I know that my cousin's husband, he was involved in a bad off, and basically they sent him home with a plaster on his wrist, and he ended up like with one over his elbow, because the X-ray at the time, they felt that there was nothing wrong with it, but the consultant had a look at it, because I didn't know this, but a consultant looks at every X-ray that's been taken over a period of time, just to double check that they've not missed anything.
Yeah, well, that's like
It was a consultant that called him back and said that you've actually got a fracture in your elbow.
Paul, quick story. I came off the bike,
He fell off. He broke his arm. There you go.
fell off, done my elbow, and knackered my wrist up a bit. But that's what they have to do today. I've been to hospital this morning. They've had my wrist sort of bent in all sort of angles so they could get all the bones. And luckily enough, that's just badly bruised. So, but I'm on them at the minute, which is great fun. So,
it's a pain. They're
Yeah.
great for back injuries
Oh.
as well. Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
had when I knackered my back up.
yeah,
I've got some morphine here.
yeah, they're
quick
bad
one,
enough.
quick one for Zed, because you follow a lot of TikTok, don't you, Zed?
Yeah.
Somebody sent me the Terminator.
Right.
And it's the bit from the prison. So you've got the old boy that's the psychiatrist, whatever. Sarah Connor's like bum 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 bum. And then the old boy with the psychiatrist turns, and it's the bit where the Terminator comes through the bars, and then he drops a cigarette, but it's not the guy coming through the bars. It's a woman with massive great putting them into
There's a few of them in TikTok.
yeah, someone sent it to me, and I'm like, what the hell have you sent me now?
Yeah.
And then someone
Rev
sent
Bomb watched it 84 times before he was disgusted and
Yeah.
deleted it.
I
Yeah.
know.
I was trying to figure out the size of them. That's what it was.
Oh, well, that's that. I'll tell you one thing.
Big.
It's just messed up your algorithm. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Tell me about it. I was like, oh Jesus. A quick one from Western. I came off the bike on the M5. Didn't know I broke until 3 weeks later when I was working at the prison. It gave out.
That's a story.
Oh God, that's a story and a half.
Yeah.
As I say, guys, StreamYard link is up. If anybody else wants to jump in, I can get another 4 in on the show this evening. But you're very welcome.
Let's see if we can make it 10 for a Friday night.
Here's a wee question for you all, Instagram boys. Have any of you been winning any iPhone 13s recently?
Hundreds.
Yeah.
I've won 14 Dysons in the last 3 days.
Did you? It's like the last
Means
the
it's
last
broke.
2
You want to
days.
give one to me?
That's because I know you've got dogs, Andy.
The last
I'm
2 days
surprised.
I've won 5 iPhone 13s.
I'm surprised Rev Bomb's not advertising his OnlyFans page again like last week.
Yeah, that was a bit fun last week. I was like, yeah,
No. We've all decided to follow Hells's example, and we're supporting single mothers and their dancing school. There we go.
that's it. Yeah. I actually googled that channel, and it turns out it's a Russian bot and a Russian algorithm. So the idea is it aims at channels below 3,000 and literally blankets the whole of Facebook.
Right.
It blankets Facebook, it blankets YouTube, it blankets Instagram. Yeah. And it's just a Russian algorithm because they get a lot of money out of clickbaiting. So, if you do click the link, then you obviously it's some sort of malware that basically hacks into your previous histories and finds your histories.
I just basically report everything that I get. I'm thinking that way. It's like I shot them all down, not personally, but obviously I put the complaints in.
No, I don't want to repeat Paul much harmful.
Has anybody had the phone call yet from the Indian call centre saying they're from Amazon and you've been overcharged? You've been accidentally charged for an iPhone. I had so much fun with a man. I had so much fun with him. He said, "You've been charged whatever it was for an iPhone." I said, "Yeah, it was me."
Yeah.
He went, "No, you've been charged for an iPhone." I went, "Yeah, it was me." Oh, hang on, I need to put you onto my supervisor. So your supervisor said same thing. I went, "Yeah, it was me." He said, no, you've been accidentally charged for 2. They're sending you another one. I said, it's all right, I'll sell it. With that, they put the phone down. It was so
I watch a YouTube channel called Scammer Revolts, and that's basically all he does is target them.
Have you seen
Pierogi? He's on YouTube, isn't he? Yeah, he's absolutely brilliant. It's because I've been watching him, I knew that it was a scam straight away.
Yeah, and see the thing about it is, it's like see the editing that he does on his live phone calls and that, where he's sitting in a wee room and stuff like that, or he's in the car.
Little old lady's voice.
I've just started following him actually, because he's came up a few times. Yeah,
the other one to watch is Tim Browning, because he did a program with the BBC where it hacked into the CCTV and everything.
Call centre, that's
centre.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen
brilliant. He
because
was.
I follow Scammer. I've seen Jim as well.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, he's
and
fantastic.
he was basically
he is.
he was on a call centre and he was describing what they were doing at the exact time they were doing it, and they were freaking out.
Yeah,
Get out our cameras, because you're hacking us.
We had our reception. Well, you know Becca, Simon. So Becca got a phone call on Tuesday and she hung up on it. I said, who was it? She went, someone telling me that my Amazon account's overdue. And she went, I haven't got Amazon, I've only got eBay. And I went, pass me the phone. And it went off. She went, that's the number. And it was an 077. I went, for a start, Amazon don't call you on a mobile.
No.
So I answered it. I went, good evening, Detective Inspector Smith speaking. How can I help you? And she went, oh, we're from Amazon. And I went, and we're just asking if it's this person. I went, unfortunately, I said, you've actually called the mobile phone number of a deceased person that's been murdered. I said, can I ask how you know this person? Oh, we're from. I went, all right. I said, so you're actually calling the deceased person that has been murdered. Please stay on the line because our detectives are currently tracing the call to find out who it is, and we will be bringing you in for dog down with the phone.
Some out.
The other one to watch out for is they'll send you a text or ring up saying that basically your son or daughter's had an accident.
Oh yeah,
and then it's XYZ in cash and all that lot. And there was an old granny in America. It was hilarious. She was an ex-911 call handler.
Yeah.
And she led him along and got him to come to the house. And as soon as she handed the envelope over to him and he walked away from the door, all he saw was about half a dozen cops just jump on him. And she got him there and then. It's fantastic.
There's scams everywhere. I mean, like, my advice would be never ever look through a hole in a cubicle door.
Oh yeah. I'm not answering that.
I love it when I get them.
Red Bomb never looks through those. not with the big eye, not with the eyes in his head, anyway. Snake Eye might have a little peek, but
I had one this evening because obviously we've got
a glory hole.
No, we're with Scottish Power, so obviously their computer system is automated. And
it's just Morag up the road. Hello, son.
Yeah, but it's gone. Our gas bill went from £180 a month, or our energy bill from £180 a month to £270, and I went, what the? Well, you can cancel, and I cancelled the direct debit. So of course, boom, get the letters. You need to pay your bill. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Phone Scottish Power tonight, and I get a not Scottish person on the end of the phone, and I went, right, sort the direct debit out. Oh, we can't do this. Put me on to your supervisor. Gets through to the supervisor. Hello, good afternoon, Scottish Power. Can I help you?
He was well spelling your Scottish accent.
Yeah. No. And, I went, if you're Scottish Power, if you're Scottish Power, whereabouts are you based? Oh, we're based in South Africa. And I'm like, okay. I said, well, you don't sound very
Scotland.
yeah, they're in South Africa. Their call centre for Scottish Power is in South Africa. I went, well, that's not very Scottish to me, is it? I said, I want to speak to a Scots person. She went, oh, I'll transfer you to the main supervisor at the call centre then. Transferred me. And I went, where am I talking to? Oh, you're talking to so-and-so. You're in Belfast. And I went, well, you're still not Scottish then. And he went, are you being racist? Hung the phone up on me.
That's another one that's hung up on your head.
Yeah. Look up Glitterbomb V4. Quick one. I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to bring someone in the room very, very quickly. I've been waiting for this guy to jump on all evening. If you do not follow this channel, get on. He's the senior promoter of the Small Channel Mafia. He does some great rides. Without further ado, it's Drew, Mr. Hells.
Drew, how you doing, buddy?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I'm just making sure.
Yeah, where you been this week?
I've been riding in Kentucky this week.
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. I'm going to drop a great video with because I went and met up with another YouTuber and we did a little ride together. So
Awesome.
So I'll announce it. Everybody pay attention to tomorrow night's weekend hangover show.
Excellent.
We're going to do prizes for the next 5 weeks. We are leading up to Daytona Bike Week, and Daytona Bike Week's our anniversary, and we are going to do a drawing every week and give away a prize.
That's
Wow.
exciting.
Hey.
Nice one.
Yeah, we got stuff from Rick Rack and Ciro to give away for the next 5 weeks, and
Yay.
like over $400 worth of stuff to give away. So
Fantastic.
Excellent. Excellent.
Good.
So
So is
good-
that Crystal's bike that's up for sale?
yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
I didn't think it was hellacious.
Oh no. But the funny thing is we went. When was it? Wednesday. We went and tested the Road Glide ST,
Right.
and there might be a change in plans with her.
Oh my.
Ooh.
Mm.
It surprised her.
Yeah.
How much she liked that bike.
That's good.
So who, I don't know. She's got like ADD, so we'll eventually land on something.
Well, she's a woman. She can change her mind 80 times between now and then, can't she?
Well, she can't even make up her mind. What are you talking about? You
Yeah.
can't change it if you can't make it up.
Well, this is true.
Mm.
But yeah, she actually fit on that ST model versus the regular Road Glide, because that's how much of a difference there is in the setups. So,
Yeah, we'll look forward to seeing the video on that then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
but yeah, I just wanted to say hi to everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice to see you, Hells.
Been
Good man.
And I wanted to make sure you guys knew to, because we go on. You guys usually have to watch the replay, but I want to make sure you guys and everybody that watches this stuff knows to go watch it to figure out how to get in the drawing for the next 5 weeks to be able to win some prizes.
Ah,
Well, you
drop
know I
us,
always watch your stuff, so yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
drop us a link in the sidetrack, Drew, and I'll share it up on a few pages or whatever for you.
Yeah.
Does it involve nudity?
Daytona might, but
Does it involve single mothers and their
Straight up
dancing?
Z Street.
yeah,
Oh,
the single mother dance club. Don't forget to
Yeah, single mother dance club. Yeah,
40
yeah.
single mothers dance club. Yep, there you go.
Oh, quick one from last week, because obviously I've got to say big thanks to Junkyard Dadski, and there was someone else that donated some money to the channel
Outback
during
Outlaw.
Outback Outlaw. So obviously I don't need the money. It's not all about the money on the Friday nights. Thank you very much for the donation, but as I said to all the guys, we all meet up here on a Friday night because it just gets us out the house. Well, gets us in the house for the evening, but we all just meet up for a good old chinwag, bikes, beards and bollocks, beers and brews and bollocks and all that sort of thing. So I actually donated that money because I said to military Stevie, I said, should I dump it up to the PTSD association, for the ex-military? And he said there's actually a good thing that he's doing local, which is the Calgary Food Bank for underprivileged families that can't afford to feed the families. So that $50 went to the Calgary Food Bank. I don't need the money, guys. It's not all about the money. I make enough money at the garage during the week. So
Well done, man. That's a lovely gesture, man.
yeah, we passed it on to the Calgary Food Bank, and I basically chucked the $50 in that direction. Don't need the money. Thanks very much for the donation. But if you do donate to the channel, I'm not interested. I don't need the money, guys. We do it for the love. I'm not here to earn thousands, or I don't even earn that on my YouTube subscription. I think I get about £60 a month, and that normally goes back into the bike gear and everything. So, thanks for the monetization, but I don't need the money. I'd rather chuck it away and give it to someone else that does require it, military channel or someone. There's hundreds of families. What really? Are we at 9 o'clock yet? We are. Right, hang on. Let me just do...
Right, disclaimer up. We can all...
Disclaimer.
Right.
There we go.
There we go. Disclaimer is up, guys. As I say, what and we're going to go down the rabbit hole very, very quickly now. What really pisses me off, and I'm allowed to swear now, what really pisses me off is that anyone overseas can come to the UK. You can get a
Mm.
free house. You can get money off the government. You can get food from a food bank. And you've got a life of luxury. You know, all right, you're deprived. You probably come from a war-torn area or that. But our forces guys, they come out of the military. They've served Queen and country for 30, 40 years. They can't get a house. They can't get a job. And do they get any benefits? No. The government turn around and say you've got to wait 6 weeks and you've got to be unemployed for 6 weeks before we'll give you a bloody penny. I think that is a downright disgrace. You know, serve Queen, and I take it it's the same in America. You know, our forces guys come out, and how many vets do you see on the streets with these cardboard signs? You know, in need of a cup of coffee or a Starbucks or whatever.
Yeah, it is a huge problem over here because
you know
because they're not they don't do a good job of getting you ready to go back into civilian life.
Yeah,
so guys struggle to
go back
in, and there's not any support. You know, there's not the same way here. It's even worse. If you want something done medical with the VA or something, you're looking like 6 months to get something done.
See, back in the 80s because I think Simon, you're ex-ambulance and you felt Simon.
Yeah.
So back in the 80s, you know, there wasn't such a thing as PTSD or mental health issues. You basically, you're a pussy. You know, you put your head down, you get on with it. A lot of our guys from the 80s, you look at like Simon Weston that come out the Falklands, a lot of the Falkland boys, a lot of the guys that saw action in Northern Ireland when them 2 soldiers got beaten to a pulp, and you had to deal with it. You just, you know, you had to get on with it, get your head down and get on with it. And if you buckled, you were a faggot, you were a pussy. You know, big men don't do this. You know, and as I say, you know, I've had good days. I have really good days, and I have some really bad down days where I get flashbacks. Simon's the same on the ambulance. You know, some of the crap that you see when you're out working for any of the services, the police, the firemen. You know, we've got a friend of ours, and she's a female firefighter, and bless her, she's only 26. She's got a kiddie. And her brother was saying, you know, only last week she had to pull a family out of a house. She got the mother and the kiddie out, went in to get the baby, and brought out a charred remains of the baby because the baby had been caught in the fire. And she had to bring the charred baby out. How do you deal with that crap that's going through your head? You know, it's not one of those you just, I can turn off, I can go back to family life.
But the thing is, I mean, I said it on my latest video, or one of them. The thing is, it doesn't affect you now.
No,
it never affects you now.
Yeah,
later on,
it's years down the line.
Yeah,
and it's the same with me. It affects you later on.
Yeah, and by the way, Simon, very good video.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're welcome.
Same with you, Matt, as well. I mean, I watched both. I watched Simon's first, and Simon had mentioned you.
Yeah,
and I was riveted from start to finish on.
Yeah,
Simon's.
it was just I was just sat there, and I thought I need to say this, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I went and did it, you know, and it was hard to do, but I was open and honest with everybody. So, you know, it's just me.
I think we all go through kind of downs, you know. But as Rev was saying, it's like when you're in that type of industry, whether it's the army or you know, or it's the ambulance or whatever, you know, when you're in these services and you see some really bad things.
Oh, yeah, I can understand it from their point of view. You know, mine's due to bereavements in the family and everything, you know.
Mine was work related, and when I actually made the vlog that I speak about, like sort of my struggles, that wasn't even the vlog that I was going out to do.
Yeah,
but it just turned out to be the vlog that came out, and it was the easiest vlog that I've ever had to edit because it was just from start to finish, just what I was feeling at the time. I was just ready to tell somebody. And it's strange that you're telling a whole load of strangers because you don't know who's going to watch it. It's had quite a few views, and I've had a lot of absolutely fantastic comments on it as well.
Yeah, well, that's like mine.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you know, I did my video, and the support you guys showed me was fantastic. You know,
it's like I say, biking is a brotherhood, isn't it? You know, and sisterhood. Not forgetting Sarah. You know, it's a brother sisterhood.
Yeah.
But you know, no one should need to obviously suffer in silence. The military
No.
keeps saying all the time, if you need to talk to someone, phone,
Mm.
phone one of us, like, or just message us. We're all
Yeah.
you've got so much social media out there. You've got Facebook, Instagram, Twitter,
Mm.
this guy down the bottom, Hells, he knows all about it. He's been
Oh,
there, done it,
yes.
had the t-shirt. Marine Rider, you see some of the stuff Marine Rider has done, or veteran biker and all that. They've all been there and had the t-shirt, been there, done it, and
Mm.
the guys that have been out in Iraq have probably had it a damn sight worse than what we had in the 80s with
Mm.
all the new warfare stuff that they've got. But at the end of the day, don't suffer in silence. Sit and talk to someone. There's always
Yeah.
someone that's going to have an ear ready to listen to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the
So,
hard part, isn't it? Is the
Mm.
talking.
The
That is
talking
the hard
is
part.
it's crossing that, breaking the wall down and thinking.
Especially for everybody,
yeah.
everybody in this chat now. The
Mm.
hardest part for any of us would be to start to talk about it because we're men and we suffer with man syndrome.
yeah.
That's
I
all.
think-
You
I
know,
think-
so I was
I think
very
we
I was,
think-
impressed.
brought up, I was brought up by parents that were drugged up in the East End and things like that, and the man was the one that went out and did everything and never showed any emotions and all the rest of it, and blah blah blah
Yeah.
blah. And
Well, I
it
was
was,
brought
and that
up
was
in a
the, that was the
mining
model
village.
I grew up with. So
Yeah.
Mm.
I was brought up in a mining village, so they're all, pit workers and hard men sort of thing, and
Yeah.
it was the same thing.
I went on a bike ride a couple of years ago, and it was this is the charity that we actually rode for, Combat
Oh, yeah.
Strength. Holybush House out in Ayrshire.
Yeah.
And we did the 21 press ups for 21 days, and then the last set of press ups we did actually in the grounds of Holybush House. And one of the veterans bought every single person that was there one of these patches out of his own money. And I got to speaking to him. And one of the things that he said was, and I'm sure the likes of Drew and Dave, yourself as well, can relate to, is the army spends so much money training you to become this person that they want you to be, but they never put the same amount of effort, energy, and money into actually training you to reintegrate back in or decompress from the situation they put you in. They never
Right.
do that. There's no exit plan for
Yeah,
them.
don't worry about
It's
it.
like
Can you? Oh, sorry, I'll just mute my microphone. Sorry.
Yeah. It's a quick one. Yeah, Sarah's just done it there. How many films do you see that have said, you see, the wimp in the film, and they turn around to him like, man up, why don't you just man up? Or Bruce Willis, cowboy the fuck up. Yeah. And they, you don't do that. You deal with it.
I
very,
think
very.
that's
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. See, one of the benefits of being a motovlogger, I think, is that when you're out and you're speaking to yourself, basically, you're not speaking to yourself, even though you are. I think once you've done a couple of videos and you realise that you speaking, you actually start to get an audience that listen to what you're saying, and it would probably be different if the cameras weren't on. But if you're out and you've got your camera on and you're recording what you're saying, in my head, I'm speaking to you guys, and you're not speaking back. I'm just speaking my mind, and you're just listening. And I think that, and being able to do that, and that's what Simon did. That's what Matt done. Just speaking your mind. And I think when you get it out,
Lockwood, you've
and
hit it
then
right on the head there. It was emotional for me to do it, and I did cry in my crash helmet, I'm going to admit.
Yeah.
But it was just like when I finished and I said goodbye and everything else at the end of it, I opened the bike up and I thought, you know what, I feel so much better just for saying that, knowing I'm going to edit that and put it out.
Yeah. That was the same as me, Simon. I came in the house. I had a few tears when I walked in the house. I had a cup of coffee and that, but I felt brilliant for doing it. And it was just me being open and honest. There was no editing on it, and it was like.
It was a very clear-looking day, very nice-looking day as well.
Yeah, I know.
Quick one from Exeter. It can be very therapeutic. Motovlog. As I say, I've mentioned it quite a few times. I call it wind therapy. Get out on the bike, get the wind in your face, and everything just goes to the back of your mind, and it's just you, the bike, and the open road. And for that 10, 15, 20-minute ride that we do. How long does it take us to get a super sausage? 20 minutes, Simon? That 20-minute
15.
ride, yeah, 15 if you're on the GTR. Yeah, but that 15, that one Sunday, and I was just having such a. All right, so I was doing the Scottish accent on the way down, but I was having such a blast being with
Was that
Andy.
what it was?
Yeah.
It wasn't Dutch. It wasn't Dutch. It wasn't
Welsh.
Irish. It was
Hi,
Scottish.
guys.
Yeah, it was
Welcome to
that.
pancake.
Yeah, it was for that 20-minute run that we had down to Super Sausage, and I got Andy round me, I'd got Simon there, I'd got
Yeah,
Boo
man.
round me, we got Hayden and Ali, and even Simon noticed it. The grin on my face when I get, it's the same every time I go out on a bike, and I get off at the other end. I've got such a grin on my face, and people go, can you explain it? I went, no, until you've actually been there, done it, and sat on a bike and had the ride. You can't explain it. I've got a couple of, because my missus will never ever get on my bike, and I said to her, just throw your leg over it, and I will not step on that bike. And I went, why? Because it frightens me. And I said to her once, I said, sit on the bike and she sat on it. She went, oh, it's really comfy, isn't it? All right, well, let's go for a ride. No, and that was it. She got off. But my two ride partners, now obviously I fell out with one of them, so the skinny one that I take with me, she don't go anymore. But Danny, now she suffers. She's got ADHD. She's got so many issues going on in her life, parents and that. When I took her out on the ZX, I took her down to Super Sausage. She was screaming all the way, banging her hands on my back, and I went, "What? Slow down? No, go faster, go faster." And I went, "All right." So we sat nice, steady 70, 80 mile an hour. But we got to the other end, and we had the barrel bikers at Super Sausage. Now you don't mess with the barrel bikers. They're all Harley owners and chopper owners. A couple of them are Hells Angels. She gets off of my bike. The first thing she does is, oh, Harley Davidson, goes running across the car park and throws her leg over this Sportster S. Not a Sportster. Oh God, it was a Sportster, but it was the low one with the big drag bars on it, straight over this chopper, and sits on this bike. And I went, get off the bike. Why? Get off the bike. And it happened to be, well, Simon knows, Bootsy's bike. And she chucked her leg over Bootsy's bike. And I said to her, you don't sit on another guy's Harley until you've asked permission. She went, oh, and he came over and I went, sorry, mate, really do apologise. Do you want a cup of coffee, tea, anything? And he went, no, let her sit on the bike. She sat on 5 or 6 bikes, and all the bikers started getting their phones out. And he went, go on, let's get a photo of you on the Harley, love. They're all snapping away until she realised that she'd got a low-cut top on and she'd got a boob hanging out. But they loved it, and he's actually took her out on his bike quite a few times now. But she hasn't been down with me for quite a while. But as you say, you can't beat getting out on a bike and having a little bit of fun.
Nah, my missus will tell you the difference it's made to me going out, getting my CBT and that little 125. It compared to how I used to be and how I am now, I wouldn't even dare to come on live stream.
Yeah.
Well,
Quick one, Wibbly's in the room. Hi, Wibbly.
Well, I love it.
I'm because the wife made me a hot water bottle, which is down my top, so I'm just manning right up.
If you haven't seen Andy's haggis that he had from the weekend, he was in Super Sausage.
Look at that. We thought it was frigging roll.
It was basically advertised as the I think it was the torpedo, they called it, and it was 3 Cumberland sausages in a 12-inch torpedo bat with cheese and tomato, and it came out. And bacon as well. It came out and it sat on the plate, and Andy said to me, he went, take it, because that's the equivalent version of a Scottish haggis. That is the torpedo roll. And it was, well, you can see from the size of the crash helmet beside and the cup how big that thing was.
How on earth did you manage to finish all of that, Andy?
He didn't.
I was amazed, proud, yeah.
We got bacon bap, as you call it, cob we call it up here. And that was absolutely gorgeous from there. You know,
that was
so-
they normally do, if they're doing their bacon rolls, it's normally 3 or 4
Yeah.
slices of full-on bacon, and that's £4.50. So
Yeah.
it's probably about $6 in the States, but for 4 bits of bacon in a roll, and you know you can't beat the food down there. It's absolutely brilliant.
And the family got me a memento, the old
Are they-
snood.
Yeah. Oh, you got the soup.
And
I got
Super
one,
Sausage
yeah.
Snood.
Yeah, I got one as well.
I just read the face when he put his rolls in a bag on the table and he looked down.
Oh, what Boo did.
And they were ready to eat them. The face was a bit...
Sunday was very, very good. So hey, just say hi to Wibbly.
Hi, Wibbly.
How are we saying hi to loads of people?
Hi, how we?
Exeter's off. Take care, buddy.
Exeter's just about to disappear. He's
Yeah,
off.
cheers, Exeter.
He's got his gooey's headed. So cheers for coming in, buddy, and hopefully see you on the next one. Don't forget, check out all the people in the side chat. Exeter Riders done some really good videos recently, so go and check out some of his. Wibbly calls it a bacon cob, proper Midlands. Someone actually said, I think it was, it was Missenden Flyer that was down at the Sausage in the Week, and he called it popping in for a bite of scran. I've still got to figure out what scran means, but I take it that means food.
Scran? That's food. Yeah, we say that up here as well.
Right, yeah, he's like popping in for a bite of scran, and I'm like,
yeah.
So yeah, it was good time had by all. Where are we at? We're at 9:30, so we're doing well. I am going to go and get myself a refill. I'm going to go and grab myself a coffee quickly. Don't forget, frothy coffee. From 10 o'clock tonight, we switch channels. We go across to Simon's channel, and Simon takes over after 10 o'clock for his stream.
Yeah, I'll be joining you, Simon. So.
Yeah, so loads of people. We're still waiting for Brandon to get his backside in here from the 1000cc club. Tell us about his ride down to Guildford.
He's got a microphone now. He just keeps going out and taking videos now.
Exactly. Yeah, he's having fun. So, Simon, you're in charge of the show for the next 5 minutes while I grab a drink.
Right, you're fucked now, by the way. Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Mate, Simon, getting music on.
Right,
music
coming on. Hell, do your thing.
No, I will edit me back.
Yeah, you've got to have a good tune there somewhere.
I was just saying, I will get around to editing me your own film. It's just difficult to do at the moment. And it's funny how you need two hands when you're editing and film together. It's like,
yeah.
I actually broke my USB, my card reader last night because of my left gammy hand. So I've got to get another one of them. So.
I'll plug the camera straight in. I'll send the camera straight in, transfer it over straight from the camera.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that.
Make it hot, thugs, make it hot, make it pop.
Hang on. I got my dollar.
That was the item I was waiting for, by the way, before doing the video, Simon.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll see that.
So,
I think we got like at least 2 strikes on that one. We're good.
Absolutely. Now we need some nudity. You volunteers.
there we go. Outside of Gotham. Really.
Hells, did you sort out your internet issues you had on your last live stream? You did.
Yeah, I haven't had any issues since then. It was just weird. Just everything's fine. It went off and then came back.
I mean, I dropped a comment. I was watching it obviously on playback, and I dropped a comment right before it went off. Came back, and then,
I had to take that video down because of how bad people was getting with comments.
Really, that bad.
It rubbed people the wrong way. But
you was only talking about staying in your lane. You was being honest. Come on.
Yeah. It rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But what's funny is a lot of live streams of people that I kind of pay attention to over here.
Mm-hmm.
That was the topic. Everybody's been talking about that now. Stand in your lane. What's it mean? Blah, blah, blah.
Well, it means only talk about what you know you fucking can talk about, really, isn't it? That's what I took from that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you guys talk about sports bikes. I talk about Harleys, but we talk together.
Well, you're not going to get me talking about a Harley because all I do is when I go over there is I rent one and I ride one. You know, you can ask me what it is. I go, it's a Harley. You know, it's an electric ride.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
What
the
model?
way I
What
look at it,
cubic
yeah.
inch? Ain't got a clue.
Right.
See, to be quite honest, like the more I've been sort of talking to the likes of yourself, Drew, and a lot of the other boys, see there's everyone's doing 10 a penny, going renting a ZX10R and doing a bike review on it. The Harley Davidson Glasgow's like 5 minutes up the road from me, and that's I'm going to just, do you know, but see, at the end of the day, I'm going to rent a Harley Davidson and I'm going to have full leathers, knee sliders, the whole lot on.
Yeah,
all the gear and no idea, and still ride the Harley, and I don't care.
absolutely.
But actually, that'd be a good content because you're a sport bike rider.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
let's get you on a Harley
yeah,
and let you compare between the two worlds if you ride the
Yeah,
Harley versus sport
definitely.
bike.
definitely.
See, that would be good content because you're
Yeah.
you're comparing your ride to what you know.
Yeah,
So
yep,
I
absolutely.
wish I was a motor vlogger. Where the first time I rented a Harley in Orlando from the original Orlando factory down there, right off the interstate. I rented one from there, and I picked it up at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I dropped it off about 5:15 at night, and I did 400 and something miles on it in the day.
right.
And the guy was like, "You did 400 miles in a day?" I went, "Yeah." And I said, "I didn't rent it to fucking look at it. I rode
Aye.
it." You know?
Going to get
I'm
my
not
money's up
riding it
there,
down
so-
to Daytona Beach and sitting on it and watching everybody go past. Say, "Hey, I had a nice bike."
Yeah.
No, I'm riding the fucking thing up and down the fucking interstates, and well, you know, me and with Tracy on the back, and there's a great video on my Facebook page. The first one I ever rented, and that from the villa in Orlando. It's a great little video. And everybody comments and how loud it was when I put it in gear, because that thing snapped when I put it in gear. And I went, yeah, that's a Harley. That's what they do.
Yeah, if it don't go clunk, it's not a Harley. So.
Yeah, if you don't go
Same as
clunk,
a-
it's not in gear, is it?
same as the Kawasaki. Everyone turns round when you put a Kawasaki into first gear. Like,
Yeah, I'll call that the Kawasaki clunk, and it's worse
Yep.
if you go backwards and then put it in first.
Yeah.
Clunk.
Simon, Paul's asked about power director. Trying to find out how you speed up a video while the music track remains on the same speed.
Oh crikey! There's
split the track. Split. You can.
yeah, you have to
You
split the
can
track.
ungroup.
So you got the fast
ungroup
bit.
it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
You've
I've
got
got Z-Ed's got it as well. Yeah.
your two tracks. You've got your video track and you've got your music track down below it. So you basically press the button, which the two of them will highlight in blue. Go into the menu and ungroup, which splits the audio from the music, and then that allows you to click the video track and compress it, and the music will stay the same. And that's how you do it.
And there is a function on there for ×2, 4, or what? Because I did a whole video at ×4, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've got Power Director now as well. So
Yeah, I noticed you bought that as well. Yeah.
yeah, I was playing around with it the other day. So
it's a good program, and there's loads of bits and pieces on there as well. And you can download the Moto Vloggers pack if you've got the full license of it.
Yeah.
And that's got your Facebook, YouTube, and all the rest of it, which you can edit and.
Simon, have you done the removing background? See in the, I can't remember, is it the picture? It's either picture in picture or it's in the plugins, and it allows you. Basically, what it does. See if you're against a neutral background in a vlog. I've tried it out, and basically all I had was the clouds behind me. And you click on it, and it basically Power Director has the ability to isolate you. Just so some bit of kit.
It does like it's like a green screen. It takes you and everything behind. Yeah.
It's brilliant.
And it brings you to the forefront. And also, when you do your video in video, you can actually adjust that so it's see-through.
Yeah.
So you get your video running on top of your video, and it's sort of see-through in the corner or wherever you want to position the second video. And it's clever stuff. It is clever stuff. There you
Quick
go.
Quick one,
One
quick
for
one for Hells. Yeah, one for Hells.
So Wibbly
There you go.
Wobbly.
There it is.
I think they did a great job for the first time trying. You need to go see it. The pictures look like the old Lowrider S, but the setup and ergonomics is actually different. I know it's kind of weird. You look at a picture, it's like, oh, it looks like last model. It's not the last model. And with the fairings, the bags, the bags is what I think where they really failed on the ST because they used the old Sport Glide clamshell bags. If they would have done like a Viking bag, a small square cut Viking bag, it would have been a lot better. So, but I give them thumbs up for at least giving it a try.
Quick one from Andy. He's going to drop out very shortly. He's got his 4 a.m. start as normal. So Andy's going to head out soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to my guys and stay safe, and I'll catch you next time.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers for
Oh,
coming in,
thanks,
Andy.
Andy.
Well,
Cheers,
try and
Take
catch
care,
up in
Andy.
a couple of weeks.
See you,
Cheers,
buddy.
mate. Thank you.
Speak to you tomorrow.
Yeah, speak to you
Yeah, yeah.
tomorrow, Andy. Quick one from Paul. I think Simon's just covered that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, we got music. Yay! Need your help with the power director. Trying to find out how
Yeah, we
you
just
speed
covered
up
that
the
with
video.
Zed. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So we've just
Yeah,
done that
explain
while I
that.
was grabbing coffee.
yeah.
I'm just going to rock through a couple of these. I can imagine Stu walking to Riley dealership wearing a full Aprilia leather suit. Probably.
Yeah.
Um,
We had a wee
Well, he's got
discussion about
RST
that.
now, but there you go.
Yeah.
yeah, quick one from Sarah. She said, have the American dealers got the lowrider ST in now?
Well, how many dealers got the Lowrider ST in now? 0. They held it up. It was supposed to be there, but they held it up, and it's not going to be until the end of March before the dealers will get it now.
Quick one from Wibbly. He said, yeah, the bags look good. One is smaller than the other. A bit like a guy's testicles then.
Or a lopsided boob job.
Yeah,
Oh,
lopsided.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, if you're talking to lopsided boob jobs, don't forget this man down here's channel. Female dancers in whatever.
Single female dance club.
Single mother. Single
Single
mother.
Female.
Yeah,
Dance
single
club.
mother. Dance club,
Single
yeah.
mother dance club.
That's the one.
Help them out $1 at a time.
Absolutely. I got my dollar. I've already showed you that. I got my dollar. I'm all ready.
Isn't that what the little Filipinos do? Sucky sucky, $1. I like Filipino women because they're just the right height. You can rest your pint on their head. It's going down the rabbit hole.
As long as you don't talk about your wife wanting an 8-inch BAP again, we're all right.
No, we're all right. Yeah. That's all right. I need a woman that you have a woman for a week, and on a Saturday night she turns into a 6-pack and a bacon roll. That'd be ideal for me.
Something you can eat.
Or on a Saturday night, she turns into 2 18-year-olds. It'd be even better.
Even better, yeah.
Or one a 6-pack and a bacon roll.
I wouldn't go as low as 18. I'd maybe go for 21, but
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, so Sarah was talking about Dan with the Lowrider ST.
Yeah.
They have all the other ST models in stock, just not the Lowrider. So
So about a week to go, and Sarah's off stateside. Wait, Sarah, where are you going this time? Chuck it up in the post. Let us know where you're going this
Zed,
time.
your mic's on.
they're moving to Florida so they get in the sunshine.
And Zed's in the background doing whatever he is with
I'm
the
trying to ride
kids.
all year round, and it except for hurricane season.
It's like the way the SpaceX are going at the minute. When Mrs. Burning Gas goes to Florida, she might see a launch.
Yeah,
They've done 3 this week, haven't they?
exactly. Yeah.
Amazing footage that is. I've been watching that. So
We got another
Orlando.
female rider in the room, so I'm gonna quick hi to Bex. I don't know if she's still here,
Yep.
but
hello, Bex.
yeah. So as I say, let me just paste this up one more time. StreamYard link is open. We've got 6 of us in the chat. There's room for 4 more. If you do want to come in on the chat and join in on the show tonight, guys, There's loads of room in there. Come and talk with some of the big moto vloggers stateside. Hell's on two wheels. You ain't going to get a better channel than his.
Oh, House's channel's brilliant.
Mm.
So,
There's,
watching
What the hell? Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
there's,
just
Go
an
on.
equal opportunity moto vlogger. So
yeah.
I do
the
like
one-
watching your channel.
Yeah, there's a couple of, obviously I've been sort of clicking through my who I subscribe to. I've started dropping a lot of channels off of my thing because obviously they're bigger channels than me. They're not interested. It's all about how many subscriptions I can get and how much
Yeah.
money I can rake in off of YouTube. If you haven't
Yeah.
got the interaction between the channel, and that is one thing I do like about these smaller channels like Stuart and Lockwood and Simon and Matt and Hells, they're all sort of sub 1,000 subscribers. But the thing I do like about this guy down here, he says it as he sees it. He doesn't give no bullshit. He just don't beat around the
No.
bullshit. He just says it as he sees it, and that is the one. And this guy over, where are we? That side down here, Lockwood.
Yeah.
Everyone said, "Oh, you're completely, man crush on Lockwood." It's not. It's nothing like that. It's just Lockwood
You
goes
love
out.
him, admit it. You love him.
I
tell you
love
what.
I love every video he puts out because it's just him doing
it's
his.
it's the
The one
must-
you
Stuart's
did-
the same.
The one you did the other week, Lockwood, on the Burns night and that was
Yeah.
brilliant. That was
Yeah.
fantastic. Really enjoyed watching that.
I quite
tell you what-
like the way that came together actually, because I was
Yeah.
thinking that would have
Brilliant
Yeah.
that was.
Yeah.
I quite liked your last one about getting old and that, and you do
Yeah.
you do mention your age in that, and you did surprise me because I thought, how can Red One be your dad?
Yeah.
Just
Wow,
hold
wow.
on,
Oh,
getting
he's
a bit hot.
he's
Oh, here we
stripping off.
go.
And
We wanted
Stuart,
news that he didn't
Go
we?
back in a minute.
yeah, Stuart's
This
one
one's
down
for
here.
Rev. This one's for Rev.
Hey! We have nipple now as well. That's
Stuart's one down here. If you haven't seen, because obviously Stuart, Lockwood, Ayrshire, Vlogster, all the guys are part of the basic bikers. If you haven't seen the, here we go. I can beat that in a minute.
This is where you start chucking money out Lockwood.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you haven't seen, like, I'm going to go on about the chippy runs. If you haven't seen some of those chippy runs where all the guys just go out and do the chippy run from that car park, loving it. If we're gonna go down, start doing music.
Strike three. We're out of here.
I had one sent to me. I've got to find it now. Someone sent this to me. If you haven't seen what's been going on with Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the UK, yeah, Boris Johnson's
We have to see it.
banged another video up. Someone said to me, "You've got to go and see this," and I'm like, "Why is that?" Hold on.
Oh, I did see that.
Mm.
Is that the mashup?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that. It's quite
They've done a
funny.
load of them, haven't
Still not as
they?
good as yours, mate.
What's that?
Still not as good as yours, mate.
Yeah,
Which
dude,
one?
Blowing sweat off my
Was that the one? Oh, the train spotting one was good.
Yeah.
Did you see the one about me when you know you're going out on a bike ride?
Yeah.
With the dancing?
I did. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Instagram took that down.
Oh Jesus!
Really?
Right, and I appealed against it, and they apologised and put it back up. I said,
wow.
"Where's it?" It's because see the thumbnail, the guy in the videos. I think it's actually Ron Jeremy, to be quite honest, but it's I had my face superimposed on it, but his gut's that big that you don't see his trunks underneath his gut. So it looks as if he's nude. So it was reported for nudity.
Oh wow.
This
Oh,
is a bit stupid, but I appealed against it and they put it back up. So that was cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Quick one from Paul. He's got Teapot One. If you don't know who Bruce is, Teapot One, huge. He's part of the triple. So you've got Bruce Teapot One. You've got Richie Vida, and you've got Lamb Chops, and obviously Missenden. Oh, the quad, Missenden Flyer as well. I chat a lot with Bruce because he's ex Metropolitan Police. Met him up at the MCN and had a good old chat with him. Bruce was chatting to me a couple of weeks ago, and he said, "Oh, he said some of the channels that you've got that you follow, that you've actually linked up with the YouTube link." He said, "I've started clicking on them, and started going through some of the people that follow you on your Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and that." And I went, "Oh, cheers, Bruce." And he went, "There's some really good rides in there." I said, "You go and check out the Basic Bikers. You know, obviously trying to push the Scottish channels, trying to push Hells out." But he's obviously following Paul now. And Paul's not done a lot of sort of material, sort of biker wise. But obviously Bruce knows that me and Paul chat quite a lot. So yeah, that's the reason why Teapot One is following you, Paul. And then obviously I think he might be following. Is he following you, Lockwood, yet?
I'm not sure actually. No. I don't think so. I'll need go and check, but I don't think he is.
But Bruce tends
yeah.
to follow a lot of small channels. Yeah, a quick one from Wibbly. Bruce went around the world on a Fireblade. He's awesome. He's to look at him. He's a huge guy. He's about 6'4", built like a brick crap house. And he's got a beard bigger than Hell's. You know, to say that's a big beard. But Bruce is such a lovely guy to talk to, and he's just so down to earth.
He's really is down to earth, yeah. I know the Basic Bikers when they were doing their live streams last year. It was
they'd
emailed them.
There we go. That's Bruce. And you consider I'm 5'10", so you work out how high he is compared to me. But Bruce is an amazing guy, and I spent about half an hour talking to him. And then he said to me, he said, Richie's over the other side of the stand. My missus absolutely, she's got a crush on Richie Vida. Not for the fact that he rides a bike, the fact that he sings a lot of country songs. And she loves Chris Stapleton, Tennessee Whiskey. And Richie done a version of him sat in his garden with an acoustic guitar singing Tennessee Whiskey. And she must have watched that video over 100 times now. It's on her phone. And I said to her, "No, get the Chris Stapleton track." And she went, "No, he actually sings it better." And I went, "All right." So yeah, Richie Vida, and I think he's around Scotland at the moment. I think he's down in Yorkshire at the moment now, but he did the ride round the top of Scotland a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he does these wee ones where he doesn't tell you where he's going until he's there, because obviously he doesn't want to get fans kind of crowding his style a bit. But he is
doesn't want me
I've always
stalking
liked him.
I know where you are.
I'm coming to find ye.
I'm going.
But they're all a good bunch of guys, and Missenden Flyer literally lives about 14 miles from me and Simon. He's at Great Missenden, so he's only the other side of Aylesbury. It's only about 14 miles, but we always Andy tends to hang out in Super Sausage as well now, because obviously Jack Seals has gone down. They got liquidated last year, so Andy tends to hang out a lot in the Super Sausage. I think he was down there with oh god, I can't think of the name. That famous biker off the TV that does a lot. Not one of the beardy bikers or whatever, but he tends to be. I'll find out which one it is in a minute. Bear with me.
I know who you're talking about. I can see
You got Ross Noble. He's the comedian who rides bike. You've got Ewan McGuigan. He's a biker, isn't he?
He was down there a couple of weeks ago. Let me bring it up because he did a little video on it.
Charlie Boardman.
Charlie Boardman, yeah. And Charlie Boardman was in the cafe. He hangs out with Alan Millyard as well. But yeah, Charlie popped down the cafe on a Wednesday. Henry Cole's been down there as well. We've had Henry Cole. The biggest one that we've had at Super Sausage, and it was hilarious because I think it was the week that Simon wasn't there, and it was Silverstone week, so MotoGP. All the guys are all in the cafe. There was about 150 bikes there that day. And this Repsol Honda pulls in, and the guy's in full Repsol leathers, Repsol crash helmet, and he kept his crash helmet on. No one ever wears a crash helmet walking up to the tea hut. As he
Marquez.
and it was Marquez, and he took he took his crash helmet off at the tea hut and went tea bacon roll, and Chris that runs the cafe went, "There you go, tea, bacon roll, sit there." And it was at the side of the tea hut, out the way of everybody, little table on his own, sat there eating his bacon roll and tea. And the whole car park knew who he was, and they just let him
Yeah.
get on with it. Just gave him a little wave. He's eating his bacon roll, and he's like, yeah, yeah. This 12-year-old walks past with his dad and goes, "That's Mark Marquez. Look, Mark Marquez is there." And he basically put the roll down, left his coffee, jumped on the bike and fucked off. And Chris looked at this kid and went, when we have someone in like that, you leave them alone. You don't go mentioning who they are. You let them have their breakfast, let them have their roll, leave them alone.
Yeah.
And it's the same with like guys like Missenden. Missenden's well known in our area. He's not a huge moto star, but you know who he is. Morning, Andy. Yeah, hello, mate. How you doing? Yeah, you just let him get on with it.
Yeah.
That's exactly the same as me when I go into any Ann Summers. It's like, just don't leave me alone. Just let me wander around.
Oh, talking of that, I've got to pull this. I think the Facebook post got took down today. Let me just see, because I screenshotted it and I've saved it on the computer. No, I haven't. Where was it? It was in one of the biker pages that came up today, and it was asking, "Are there any female riders? What bike do you ride?" And yeah, and this girl.
The question should have been, any female riders that don't get their boobs out?
Yeah, yeah. And this girl had obviously she'd put up, and she went, "Oh, I've ridden a 600 for 6 years. I've now," and she's got the same bike as Barry's Boo Rider, so she's got an S1000 RR. And she put in, yeah, been riding 600 for 6 years, got an S1000 RR, absolutely loved the bike. Some bloke had commented underneath, with something that bad and a big power tool, shouldn't you stick to a vibrator, love?
Ooh.
It's had, yeah, it's had 2,500 comes backs from male riders saying, "Bad comment, mate. You need to fuck off out of our room."
Yeah.
The post got deleted, but the poor old bloke that put the comment about the vibrator has now had to take down his personal Facebook, because every single biker across the country has basically slated the guy and said, "Why would you have a go? Why would you have a go at a female for riding an S1000 RR?"
I mean, it's bad enough when you ever go at bikers. There was a guy in Dunstable that posted something publicly on his own page, and I think he shared it to one of the Dunstable groups about bikers. It's it's only a toy, blah blah blah, and won't you fuck off and get off the road? And if I see you, I'm going to run you off the road. That guy had to take his own Facebook page just because it was bikers. But if it's a woman biker as well, wow.
Yeah, if good play to the girl. If she can ride one of those, you look at username Kate. She flies around on some bloody big bikes. And I met Kate at the bike show, and she's just a down to earth female. But to have a go, that's like saying to Sarah, "Oh God, you ride an Indian." Oh,
Lockwood's doing another test, but
yeah, that's not a COVID test.
No, the COVID test is you put one finger in your mouth and the other one up your bum, and after a minute you change fingers, and if you can taste or smell shit, then you haven't got COVID.
Exactly. Good point. But why have a go at a female biker? Because she's because she's got a big bike. Is it inferiority complex because you're a guy and you only ride a 125?
Well, it's a shame Andy's not here because he'll know her name. But there's a girl that we know that's got a H2, and she's got several other very fast racy bikes, and she's sponsored by this person, that person, and everything else. And I mean, fair enough. She's got them. She can ride them. So.
My mate Grims and I, we were at Tyndrum, the Green Welly shop. You will be there when you come up, because that's one of the places that will stop. 100%.
Fuck's sake, Simon.
And
you got to show that out for Lockwood. It probably won't focus.
If it comes out, I couldn't believe the results when I got when I carried out, and it basically says on it, "Go to pub."
Brilliant. Well, I'm drinking rum, so that's good enough.
I'm on.
Toby don't like rum. You're all right.
I said to the missus, I said, "I'm on the live stream tonight. Get me a bottle of wine," and she's got me a bottle of Echo Falls Sauvignon. It's the cheapest bloody wine you can buy.
That's what happens when you let your women buy your beer.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I haven't
I'm going
even
to keep
got.
him sober, so he's not. Yeah. I'm only going to
not
get him
allowed to
drunk
drink.
enough so he lasts a bit longer later. There you go.
I'm talking of. I'm just gonna jump to this guy down here. There's a new series on Sky about these guys that brew moonshine in the backwoods.
Okay, that's a family tradition.
And it's basically they've done everything they can on like reality TV. We've had like this thing called Big Brother where you all go in a house and all the celebrities share a house. We've had what was it, Naked on the Island or something, and there's loads of them. They've got this new American series, and it's about people that brew moonshine in the backwoods. And these two guys have like, oh, we've got the still, we've added this, we've added it, we've got lemon in it, we've got enough this special wood in it, and then they're testing it and they're going, oh yeah, but it's not enough. Oh, we need a little bit more of this. I've got the percentage wrong. They actually brew it and it comes out really nice and sort of yellowy, and they're trying it out, and he's like, no, it needs more of this, more of that, and then they sell it on to their distributor. But this series is actually following these guys that are doing like moonshining in the backwoods, which is illegal. And the camera crew are following them around. And this guy went, how do you protect yourselves? And this guy pulled out his bloody Winchester and like, yeah, anyone comes on our property, mate, they're going down.
You're not watching. You're not watching Moonshiners, are you?
I was going to
That's
say,
it.
'cause
Yeah,
that was on
Moonshine.
Discovery.
That's
That's
been
been on
on for
Discovery
years.
Channel for ages. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Moonshiners.
come out on like the Freeview channels where you can watch
Yeah.
it for free, and I've been
Yeah.
like following it, and it's hilarious. Some of the
Yeah,
stuff they do, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, love
Yeah.
it.
Right there. That's
How
got
much of that is
fun.
actually set up, though? Come on. I mean, all them
See the thing
reality
about it
programs
is
are
like
set up,
some of
aren't
the places that they're going is like they're going into some backwoods town and buying like so many, like 100 kilos of sugar and as much copper as I've got. It's like, what else are they doing other than making moonshine?
they? Exactly.
I'm baking a really
Yeah,
big
easy.
cake.
Yeah,
It's like most of these
Come on.
reality TV
come on, the
programs. isn't it?
diabetes.
Oh, here we are, Junkyard Dansky. Yeah, it's called Moonshine. That's it, Moonshiners. Yeah, they've gone
Yeah.
pro. Yeah. I've just started watching it. I'm on the second episode at the moment, so I'm probably about 2 years behind it.
Yeah.
Becca's
you're
comment
fine
just
with
below
that.
that.
It's
Becca's
brilliant,
comment just
though.
below that.
Oh, it's my mum.
Yeah, guys in their cars want to race you because they're stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your
Hey,
car,
t-
your bike could do their car's top speed in second gear. Now, come on, let's face it.
Hey, Tickle, let's go make some moonshine over here. We gotta be quiet. Come on. Hey.
The worst car drivers are Audi drivers.
We'll
Ah,
quiet
but-
Arseholes usually
right in the
drive
middle
it.
of the
Yeah.
woods.
Yeah.
Mm.
We've got a film crew with all these lights and everything. Like, shh, somebody might see us.
It's like that
Uh,
idiot who went flying past us when we left here at the Super Sausage on Sunday. I tell you what, he was riding the white line, and you know the stones and that what came up and hit the car. I'm surprised the window didn't go through. That's why I went out and had a word with him.
Yeah.
We decided
He didn't
to
want to
pull
talk
off.
to you, though, did he?
No, he pulled off, and then he blew. Well, three things. It was speeding. Then he used his mobile phone. Then he ran a red light. You know, it was like, yeah, right.
I
Well, he didn't want
will.
to chat to me.
Yeah, I'll have to share up the one that it's down in Jim Diesel country. It's down in Essex. If I can find the YouTube link to it, because I was watching it the other day, and his guy's on a Ducati Multistrada, and he basically pulls up next to a BMW. The girl's on the phone, both hands, sat in traffic, typing away, and he taps on the window and he went, "Oi, love," and she winds the window down. He went, "Can you just do us a favour, get off your phone?" And she went, "What's it got to do with you? I'm parked in traffic. It's fine." He went, "While you're on your phone, don't use your phone." He said, "Because you're endangering the life of me." And then she turns around and goes, "What's it got to do with you? Why don't you fuck off and mind your own business?" And I went, "All right." And he went, "Okay, love." And then you see the biker look in his mirrors. And he pulls forward, looks over his shoulder. There's a Met police bike sitting right behind him. And he points at the car, and the copper goes, "Move on, mate, move on." So he pulls forward a car length. Copper pulls up to the window, taps on the window, went, "Phone, love, put your phone down." "Why don't you oh." Pull over.
Yep.
3 points.
Mad.
One of my
That's
most favourite videos on the internet was when the Royal Jordanian was filming or like filtering through traffic in London.
Oh yeah,
And the bus driver puts his hand out the window.
yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen that
Stop,
one?
mate. Stop. Yeah.
Stops him.
Yeah.
And the
Mhm.
boy walks by and they just fist bump. That is
Yeah.
just that is gold. Absolute gold.
I was I met RJ last year, and I said to him, I said, "Oh, you know, what do you?" I said, "I know you just ride round London on that Nuda. If you haven't seen the Nuda up close,
man.
oh God, what a piece of kit! I searched eBay for months looking for one. Cheapest one was 10.5 grand, and I actually said to him, I said, you know, you never ever lift your you never lift your visor, you never talk
Yeah.
to anybody, you never mention your family. He said, he said, I am very split personality. My private life is my private life, and it doesn't come in on my YouTube. I do my blogs. I said, but what is it about the bush in the garden? I said, because every time you throw stuff at the bush in the garden, and he said to me, he said, my mother-in-law bought me that tree to plant in the garden, and I fucking hate it. He said, that is the reason he throws stuff at the bush, because the mother-in-law bought the tree for him. I said, yeah. I said, I don't want to be rude. I said, but you must be making quite a lot of money off of YouTube. And he said, I don't make a penny. And I went, yeah, but with 2 million subscribers, you've got, I mean, you know. And he went, don't go there. And I went, why is that? He said, because every month I go to Great Ormond Street and I give the money away.
Oh, brilliant.
Fair
play to
and
him.
he said to me, he said, with a name like Royal Jordanian, what do you think I do?
Yeah.
And he's like, I said, so you're part of, and he went, I'm not even going to answer that. He wouldn't even answer the question if he was Jordanian.
No.
He won't answer the question, but he said, I don't make no money from my YouTube. And I said, well, why do you do it? He said, because I'm bored and all I do is ride around London. It's my therapy. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, so with a name like Royal Jordanian, you know what he is. But
yeah,
did you see the one he almost get jacked by the two boys on the scooter?
On the scooters, yeah.
And he goes back and tells the police.
He is a good rider, but his filtering, Jesus Christ, it's like, it's where you're clinging to the chair thinking, no, don't touch that car. But he said, I do it so many times. If you actually go out to the roads out in Jordan, he said, that is what we do all the time. He said, because the roads are so narrow out there, you get used to filtering at high speed. He said, London, he said, compared to that, he said, London is a doddle. It's like comparing sort of 3 lanes of the interstate to a single track road in England. He said, I can filter anywhere. But yeah, I don't know what he's on about here. Oh, copperhead, proper copper nail in the tree and it'll kill it. I'm not even going to talk about what happened outside my house here. Yeah, we're looking to buy the house. And I've put in for the mortgage on our house now, but the council refused it due to the fact that we've got subsidence. We've got an 1.5 inch gap in the breeze blocks at the top of the house due to an oak tree. We've got a preserved oak tree that's anything over 25 years old on a tree, you cannot chop the thing down. It's got a preservation order on it. Our tree died last year, and I don't know why. No, it died last year. Poor tree.
Yeah.
So I'm going to upset the tree huggers. If you happen to be watching this on the replay, I'm going to upset the tree huggers.
Do it.
Our tree died. We had the tree man come out, and he said, the tree's died. All the leaves are falling off. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to have to obviously chop the tree down. Brilliant. Can sort out the subsidence problem. So we've got little electronic meters that measure the crack and how much it moves every 6 months. I've now got application to get my mortgage because the house hasn't moved because the tree has gone. When they come to chop the tree down, the guy turned up and our tree surgeons actually, they don't just chop the tree at the base and let it fall over. They take it from the top downwards. So he got all the way down. There's a big stump and he starts cutting through and his chainsaw, I broke the blade of his chainsaw. And he went, okay, new blade on it, starts cutting through the tree. And he went, there's something in the tree. By the time he cut through it, there was 26 copper nails banged into the tree stump. So he's managed to get the tree stump down.
Murderer.
Yeah, don't know why. When he actually cut into the bottom half, he went, there's a huge, great hole of 1.5 inches wide bored into the stump. And I went, yeah, I know. And he went, why is it 1.5 inch hole? I said, I got myself me reamer kit from work, biggest reamer kit I could find. I said, for the last year and a half,
The squirrel.
no,
This isn't a glory hole story again. is it?
Yeah, glory hole story again, yeah.
45-degree angle into the tree, and I've been pouring battery acid into it for the last year and a half. And that was why the tree died, because a mixture of copper nails and battery acid kills the tree. But it worked. We've now got the mortgage on the house, so.
Wow. Murderer.
I know, murderer. Yeah. So if there's any tree huggers in there, or any people that, save the planet, save the planet. No, save Red Bomb's house because it's tipping over because I've got a crack in the wall.
Oh, mad.
Crazy.
Yeah. Which means now we've got the mortgage application. Where the roots are, we can get the diggers in, start digging up, and I can put my garage on the side and put my bike in it rather than it sit outside in the rain.
It's a win-win then.
Win-win. Yeah, win-win situation. And I'm going to start working, get my bike ramp in there, and start doing repairs from home.
Yeah. Zed, have you been out yet since you put the battery in?
No, I haven't even put the battery.
You've not put it in yet?
No, I haven't even done it yet, mate. The last thing that I did was put the carbon fibre heel plates on.
I saw that. Yeah. Oh god, they look good. They look good.
Nah, they're pretty special. And I bought the bolts to go along with the heel plates, as well as the foot peg hanger bolts as well. So the whole everything along where the foot peg hangers and the heel guards is all new bolts, and then the new carbon fibre heel plates. So it's all shiny. But
Good,
no,
good.
I've not put the battery in yet, mate, because I'm not ready to go out yet.
Yeah.
I've got another few wee things I need to sort of clear up myself first before I go out riding.
Before you can go out.
Yeah.
It's just
Crumbly. Yeah. Trees are great. A lot of them in the wrong place. It is when you put it 10 foot from the outside of your house, because what you don't realise is the top of the tree, for the height of the tree, is equal to how far the roots go out as well.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
we're
what's
staying.
worse than that is
we're
fern
staying-
trees.
Yeah. Mad. So are you still, Zed, are you still thinking of getting it resprayed? I know that was something we talked about last year. You were thinking about it, weren't you?
You know what? Not
Get it wrapped.
not the now. Not the now.
Get
no,
it wrapped.
Right.
No, I've got
Get it wrapped.
see my original ZZR. If you dive into the sort of bottom part of my Instagram, you can see my original ZZR 600. That's where the name Z-Head comes from. It's only ever Kawasaki's I've owned, and it's all been Zs. They've all been monikered Z. Be it the ZZR, then I went to ZX, and then I'm now back in a ZZR. So that's where Z-Head comes from. But I have a colour scheme in mind, which was a tip of the hat to my original. No. Black and red.
You could do a really good wrap on it with the Scottish flag, the blue and white.
No, it's not my style. black and red's my colourway. Always has been. I just love black and red. So, no.
Funny enough, Deadpool's colours as well. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. That's why I like him. It's a good guy. I know him, by the way.
Yeah. He's called Deadhead, isn't he?
There was where was it? There was one that I saw the other day, and he'd got it up on eBay, and I'm like, that looks bloody atrocious, absolutely atrocious. Oh, there we are. Let me find it. It's an American one, so you'll understand what I mean.
Oh, right. So it's got a stretch swing arm on it then.
No, it actually it's the standard bike. It's got the pipe on it is absolutely amazing, but I'm not a lover of the paint scheme.
Right.
I've just found. Let me just share the screen up. I'm going to share the screen up. So
before you do it, I bet it's Brock's. Exhaust.
It's a Brock's exhaust. Yeah. Custom.
Shock.
Have a look at that. That is just absolutely nuts.
That's an extended swing arm, mate.
Yeah.
It's been lowered at the front. It's like right, okay.
Oh, man,
It's nice.
You see those
It's
in Florida
nice,
all
but
the
it's
time.
it don't
Just a
appeal.
show
It don't
bike,
appeal
isn't
to
it?
me. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a show bike.
Nice.
It don't
Yeah.
appeal to me at
Yeah.
all.
Look at the brake rotors on it.
Yeah.
They look as if they're chrome plated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not my type of thing. I'm still following that night rod on eBay, and it is still up and running. It's still going. It's still going for good money. The black and red one that I showed last
yeah.
week. So I'm still following it. Lottery win this weekend, and I will buy that night rod. I've
So-
always said the final bike that I will finish with will be a night rod.
What do you reckon MB's new bike's going to be? What do you think Stevie's got? What do you think he's got his eye on?
I have no idea at the moment.
There's been a few teasers on Instagram. I don't know if you've noticed.
I reckon he might go Indian.
No.
Indians pulling all the stops out just now, aren't they?
see when you look at, I mean, like
Road guide, yeah.
I know the likes of Gareth looking at Sarah's bike. Gareth's looking at his own bike, and he's looking at Sarah's bike, and he looks what Sarah's getting for the money, and he looks what he's got for his money, and he's
Exactly.
like, I would need to spend another 10k to get what Sarah's getting on that bike, and she's getting it in the showroom like that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot
See,
of
I follow because obviously Salty and Sprinkles, they're both Indians. But then you've got I think it's Big Smitty, and Big Smitty's got that Honda Goldwing.
Yeah.
But that Honda Goldwing is a lovely bike, but we had a guy that phoned us up a couple of weeks ago and said, "Do you service Honda Goldwings?" No, we wouldn't even go there. It's back to Honda dealer.
Yeah.
We sent him to the Honda dealer in Milton Keynes, and obviously Sue goes up the cafe quite a lot, so we see her every Sunday. And I said to her, "I'm sending you a Goldwing." The guy came in and to see Sue at Grafton Honda, and he said, "I'm looking for a service on my Goldwing." She went, "How old is it?" "Oh, it's 1 year old, due its first service." She went, "First service is 2 years. You have to wait 2 years for your first service. You're all right for a while, but we will not service your bike." Why? Because it's a 12-hour strip out to get into the engine.
Flipping heck.
Yeah, you need to go to the main dealer, which is it's down towards London. It's Hemel Hempstead, which is about another 30 miles to the main Honda dealer, because they only do Goldwings and the big bikes there.
Yeah.
But it's 2 years, and he went, "Oh, all right." He said, "I haven't got a service for 2 years. How much is the bill?" £1,400 for a full service.
Yeah.
Nope, let's put me off a Goldwing then.
Yeah. So instantly no brainer. But I've spoke to Kawasaki this week, and I've said to them, obviously the bike's not starting. I'm going to have a go at panel strip myself. If I get stuck, I'm going to ask Simon to come in and help me get the plugs out. But if I hooked it over to you guys, how much to strip the fairings, change the plugs, put it back together, and get it running? He went 450 quid. Yeah, so you're looking just outside £400 to change, and they're iridium plugs.
Knowing what they charge an hour for a non-Honda bike, I would have said 400 at a minimum before parts.
Yeah, and he said to me, "You're probably looking for 450, and that's including the plugs, because you've got iridium platinum plugs in that. If you go standard plugs on it, they're not going to last the distance. Stick with platinum or iridiums, but you're probably looking for 450 plus the VAT on top. So 500 quid short of I'll have a crack at it myself. If you get stuck, hook it onto the trailer, get it over to us. We'll sort it out for you.
We'll do it. We do it a lot cheaper than that. Trust me.
Duncan
Stephen in the side chat's just asking for tips on the CBT. He's 46 and he's up for a CBT this week.
I'm going to bring up, picking up my Zoo. Oh, he's got a ZSB. Great bike. Any tips for a new rider?
Don't fall off it like me.
There you go. Keep it rubber side down.
Yeah, keep it rubber side down, as Simon says. Maintenance. We've spoke about this earlier on in the chat. Your daily walk around. All these guys all over the place here. Before you even take your bike out for the morning, first thing you're going to check, start the bike up, check the indicators, check the lights, check your chain tension, tyre pressures, oil levels, check everything before you even get on the bike. Yeah, tyre pressures are the main thing. But check that all out, and then keep the bloody thing clean.
I've never, ever checked the chain on my bike.
Well, you got shaft, didn't you? So.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Just a question, Duncan. Have you done a taster session? Because that's what I did first. I went and did an hour taster session where you just, do like what you do on the CBT around the car park. And then went and did my CBT. And the only thing I suggest is just relax and enjoy it and just listen to what they tell you.
Yeah.
That's what I did. And I passed mine and it was slinging down with rain. And it was at the beginning of December. I did mine over a year ago now. So
I did mine in 2009, and there was only 2 of us on the course, which was quite fortunate.
Yeah, they're only allowed to take 2.
So,
that's what I was told.
Yep. So the guy who was on it with me, it was when how they get you to accelerate and then slow down in a straight line, and then they put the cones out, and then you have to get around the cones. So the guy he was like, oh, this is good. I'll accelerate and I'll slow down, and that was fine. And then they put the cones out, and the instructor said, remember to look round the corner, and the bike will go. Yeah, no bother. He went like that and straight on hit a wall. He smashed the indicator. He smashed the foot peg, and the guy's like, well, you're getting written up for this because you're paying for every bit of damage. And he's like,
yeah, I paid the extra £10 for the, so I took out their insurance.
Yeah, I did as well, but he didn't.
Insurance waiver, yeah.
I had the presence of mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had the presence of mind because I was a car driver previously. That that if you dip the clutch, the bike's not going to do anything. So it's like any times that I felt a wee bit unsafe or insecure, that's what I would do. I would dip the clutch, and the instructor for me relaxed because I knew that I knew that I could control the bike when I needed to control it. I might not have had exactly the balance or this understanding, but it came to me quite quickly. But the other guy, when we went out for the 2-hour ride at the end of the CBT, he came back to me after 10 minutes and he said, Stuart, if this guy doesn't pick up in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to take him back to the test centre and then I'll finish your examination. But to the boy's credit, he had a howler all day. See, for the next hour and 45 minutes, that boy never put a foot wrong. And I still talk to him to this day.
Well, I was 48 when I did mine, Duncan, so, age ain't a number.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's compulsory basic training. That's what it is, training. And you have to meet a standard in that training. And the standard is you've got to have control. You've got to show you can stop the bike, start the bike, get it going, and turn and be aware. There's very few actual elements.
Just remember your shoulder checks.
Yeah, Crumbly's just brought it all up in one. Practice. Yeah, exactly all that.
No, you'll pass it, Duncan. You'll get through. No problems at all.
When me and Simon did, Simon's about the same age as me, so we did our.
I'm a lot younger than you, a lot younger.
All right. I did my test back in the day. We didn't have CBTs. You literally jumped straight on a 250 and did your test. But obviously, I've been riding since 5 years old. Now, I have to, because I ride so many bikes for the garage, I have to do an assessment twice a year. So I ride with Learn to Ride, which is the bike CBT school in Milton Keynes. But I tend to have the strictest rider. Well, you know what Guy's like, Simon. Guy is a complete and utter arsehole if you're an idiot. And I did my last test on the ZX, and I did one on the GTR. And every time within 100 yards of me getting out, as soon as you get out of the test centre, either way, you've got a roundabout. As soon as I get into the first roundabout, the first thing I hear in my headset every time, get off your fucking brakes, because I tend to trail brake with the front brake going through every corner. And it's a bad track habit. I've learned it so many times doing track, and it's get off your fucking brakes. Sorry, Guy. Yeah. By about the second roundabout, I've remembered. And the last time I did it, I said, how did I do? And he went, yeah, you're great on the GTR. Has anybody ever told you stop sticking your fucking leg out? And I went, what? Yeah. I said, Nick told me that when I went out with the Rosper boys. I keep sticking bad track habits, sticking my knee out every time I go around a corner to feel for the road, but you can't do it on a Hypertourer. And he said to me, he said, the easiest way to do it, and Nick taught me, is he said, when you go into a corner, tuck your knees into the tank, grip like you're riding a horse, and press down on the peg that you're going into the corner with. So right-hand corner, press down on the peg, and the bike will push through that corner. And believe me, it does. I frightened the life out of Simon last couple of Sundays ago when I come through that corner and just open the thing up, because I've now got it to sail through the corners. I've now
I'll tell you
sussed
another
out a
little tip
corner.
for the GTR, and you can do it on the ZZR as well. Is when you're actually cornering, you keep your knees tucked in, move your ass.
Yeah, move your ass. Yeah,
move your ass, just a half cheek. That's
Yeah.
all you need.
Yeah.
And that transforms the way you are cornering, because then you're actually putting that pressure on that peg, and you're pushing on the bar, and you know you counter steering how it works anyway.
Right.
But yeah, you're doing all that, and then what I do, you've got the bar risers, I haven't, and what I do is I just drop my elbow, and that whole bike will then tilt. Boom! It's going round, but I'm hanging off of it, although I'm not hanging off of it. If you see what I mean?
Yeah. How bad? Well, Simon will tell you how bad was I the first couple of rides that I did on the GTR compared to. Yeah, I was completely.
No, Simon,
I was.
Be honest. Don't hold back.
I'll tell you what. I'm not going to hold back, and I'm not going to say you got lost either, am I?
No, I got lost. I was a complete and utter arsehole. Could not ride, and it's just 40 years of riding that sports bikes and ZX7Rs, and then to switch up to a big thing like a touring bike that's 300 kilos. But I always said I wanted a ZZR or a GTR, and now I'd say I'm 60%. I wouldn't credit myself the best GTR rider, but I'm getting the skills. It's coming slowly, but it's a big bike to haul around.
At all the levels, I will put you at a low bronze, but a bronze. At all the levels, I will put you at a bronze.
Yeah.
But it was funny, that first day we went out, I was actually being assessed by Dave. So there was myself, and then Dave, and then you, and then Nick. Me and Dave shot off across the A41, and we got all the way down to the point that I determined, which was a good point to stop and have a mid-ride brief. And we sat there and we've had our brief, and I've told Dave, who's my observer, everything I did wrong, and he agreed with me. And we're sitting there and we're waiting, and there was no red bomb, no Nick, and we're like, I'm like, oh shit, don't tell me something's happened. So we went all the way back to the junction where we'd last seen you, and you weren't there, and we turned around, we went back. And so we arrived at the Super Sausage, and we were like, well, we've had a 40-minute delay. Where are they? And I was trying to ring Nick and everything, and nothing was happening. But yeah, then
I'm getting better. But to say that you can just jump on a bike and just ride and expect to be the best rider in the world, it's not going to happen, you know. And
the thing is with the Rosper, it's all about you and keeping you safe. It's the Royal Society of Prevention of Accidents, so it's all about keeping you safe. You doing everything to a method that will keep you safe, and that's what it's all about.
Quick one, Junkyard Dazki's about to disappear. So thanks, JYD, for coming in. Yeah, thanks, Junk.
Thank you so much for the subs and everything.
Yeah, and to say, you know, there's 6 bloody good riders sat in this room. You know, we've all been riding for years and years and years. And I bet if you asked every single rider in this room, how would you rate yourself? We wouldn't all rate ourselves 100%. We're never, ever there.
No.
You're constantly, every day is a learning curve. You'll always find something new that you're going to be doing. Oh, crap, you know, I can get around the corner if I do this, or, you know, if I do a little bit of this, I can do a little bit of that.
The scary times
I've always, when it comes to the Rosper standard, I've always held myself as a bronze standard. I think I'm a solid bronze and everything else. And it's only talking to Nick and Dave that they actually said, no, you're up a silver. I mean, you haven't got a lot to do, a bit of polishing work, and you'd be a gold. And I'm like, wow. But I do a lot of miles every year.
Yeah.
And when I'm riding, even my commuting, I'm practicing.
Assessing yourself all the time, aren't you?
And there's no worse critic than yourself. There's no worse
I
critic
had it on one of the Facebook posts, because one of the Facebook posts, I didn't even realise the guy was an IAM instructor, and he went, oh, we're looking to do IAM, £176 a year, £146 if you take it now. And I actually posted in, have you ever thought of doing a ride with BBN, which is obviously our group? And he went, how dare you advertising Rosper Group on my IAM course? And I'm like, oh, sorry, I didn't realise. you know. But
Yeah.
it's
That's because
for-
you're taking money out of his pocket. That's why.
yeah, but for horses for courses, whether you do IAM or whether you do ROSPA, it's still an advanced
Yeah.
riding course.
I will say honestly, I went out with the IAM guys a while ago in the Milton Keynes area, and I know what I'm doing. I was instructing at the time and all sorts, and so I thought I want to go out and I want to find that next level of where I can be, because I'm an instructor, and I was looking at ROSPA, I was looking at IAM, and I thought I read everything I could, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go out, and I went out with the guys from IAM. And I thought I'm going to do some really things I want him to pick me up on, and just see what he picks me up on. And I was making silly mistakes for the whole ride. I know I was, because I analysed myself. And when we got back, the only comment he made was, "Well, you don't have a trouble with the speed limits, do you? You always stick to them." That was the only comment I got off the IAM guy, and I went, "Bye." And I went out with Rosper for a day, and I went out with a guy called Paul, used to be a Kent police officer for 25 years. And he was one of those guys that's really infuriating, because the highway code, he would tell you paragraph, subverse, and, you know, part 22, section A, paragraph 2 says this. And he was really annoying, and I thought, I'm going to fucking hate you. And we went out, and we had a really good ride, and I was out with him for 8 hours. And I had the best day ever, and all of his criticisms, he picked everything up, and I mean everything, every little detail, all the time while doing 80 mile an hour during overtakes, because the first thing he said was, "We're not going to worry about speed limits, and I'm not going to take you down any roads that got speed cameras." So I'm like, okay, we're not worrying about speed limits, I'm going to try and lose you. And there was no way I was losing him. And I was just so impressed by him, I went, that is the way I want to go. That's the Rosper route. So that's why I chose that out of the two.
Yeah, because obviously when the first time I went out with Nick and the boys, pass rate's 82%. We start at 100. We drop every time you get something wrong, you lose points. How many points did I get, Simon, when I got to Bedford? 16.
Was you in double figures?
Yeah. I got 6. By the time we'd finished the ride, I'd got 16 points. So leaving the bike in gear, parked at traffic lights.
That's normal for somebody that's been riding for so long, has picked up so many bad habits.
And he picked me up. We did a country road on the way back, and he said to me, he said, 2 miles of open straight, and it was literally wibbly, tiny little corners all the way down. And he said to me, he said, "I've docked you points for every time you cross the white line." And I went, "Yeah, but I took the racing line through the corners, which is the easiest way, keep the bike straight." Nope, you stick to your side of the road. 16 times I crossed the white line onto the other side of the road, and I could see the road. It was clear. And he went, "Yeah, but there's always a chance that there's going to be someone on that corner that you don't see." And I got
the problem is when you come to them country roads and the wibbly, and it's wibbly wobbly, and you can see straight around. The problem is you've got a farm entrance or a field entrance or a tractor, and something will just pull out.
Yeah,
because there's nothing coming on the left, and he'll pull out, and you're on the wrong side of the road. So,
I lost 62 points on that single road that was 1.5 miles, and I lost 62 points on that. He said I was literally counting it in my head every time you went over that white line. But the 4th or 5th ride that I did, and I said to him, I said, "How did I do this time, Nick?" And he went, "You're better. You're still not up to scratch to take the course, but I've scored you 52. And I'm like, "Oh," he said, 3 to 4 more months training. And I went, "Yeah, all right, wait till the summer comes, but by next year I'm gonna bang that course under the belt." And he said, "Why?" And the question was, "Why do you want to do the course?" "Because I want to be a better rider. I want to push myself a little bit harder, and I want to make myself more safe for what I ride, but not just for me, but for other car users, motorcycle riders out there. I want to make myself more safe for everybody else that's out there. That's the only reason I want to do it."
Yeah, that's it. And while we're actually got 5 English people in the room, I'm going to bring up something that
one big American
and one American, but we've got 5 English people in the room, and there's something that caused an absolute row at our bike meet on Wednesday. The new highway code
Oh,
You're driving down a main road. You're going to turn left into a minor road. There's a pedestrian waiting to cross. Are you going to stop?
No, because it's not a must. It's a should.
It's a should. And if you don't, and they cross and you hit them, you are actually at fault because you've riding otherwise in contravention with the highway code.
Yeah, but the highway code states you should give way. It doesn't say you must. If you must, then it's law. If it's you should, it's not.
Yeah. But if they step out and you hit them, you're still at fault.
No, if
Because
they
you
step out
should
and I
give
hit
way
them,
to
I
them.
just carry on driving down the road
Yeah.
and just stick 2 fingers on them for being
This
an
caused
idiot.
an absolute row because someone said to me,
Yeah.
well, you're an advanced rider. Are you going to stop? I said, depends. I said, what do you
Yeah.
mean it depends? I said, I'm going to look in my mirror. If there was a car coming, I'm not stopping.
But no,
Yeah.
no,
And then the
because it's gonna
police officer can
cause-
write me a ticket round the corner and I will take that to court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's going to
That-
cause too
Right.
many road traffic accidents. If you slam on your brakes because there's somebody stood there waiting to cross.
Well, I say you shouldn't be slamming on your brakes. You should be looking well in the
No,
bollocks.
but
yeah, I'll
yeah,
give you
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Can,
So-
in the UK, how many pedestrians are going to step out in the road like that?
None. Because you're all
Exactly.
told to wait.
Exactly.
And how about guide dogs? How about guide dogs?
Exactly.
If you've got a blind lady waiting there to
Mm.
cross with a guide dog and you're driving down a main road indicating left and you stop to allow them to cross, that guide dog is not going to move
exactly.
because they're told to move when there's no traffic coming.
Yeah.
Here's a,
There
here's a
was-
question.
Go
Why did they change it? Why
they're
have they
arseholes.
changed it?
Oh,
Somebody
Boris,
sitting in-
innit?
somebody sitting in
Boris
an
and his
office.
cyclist.
It's not Boris. No, it's not
No.
Boris. Unfortunately, we can't pin
Somebody
this one
sitting
on
in
him.
an office
No.
thinking
But
they
it's
could
a
decide what-
hierarchy of vulnerable road users. That's
Yeah.
what it. That's what they.
I
base it
agree
up.
with that, where it's
Yeah.
pedestrians, push bikes and motorbikes, then cars and lorries. I ain't got a problem with that. It's this business of you should and must.
Don't
you
get me
know.
started on the mammals. Don't get me started on push bikes.
No, yeah,
A metre and a
well,
half away. How am I supposed to hit them on the back of the head now? I'm going to have to carry a back.
That's
There
what
was,
I mean.
there
Makes
was a
it easy
really
to pick
good
'em over
post.
now.
Really
So-
good post on Facebook the other day, and it got took down within 5 minutes. Cycling 2 abreast is now allowed.
Yeah.
So how do you pass 2 bicycles on a single lane? You've got to move to the other side of the road.
That was,
Someone-
that
They're in
was
the middle
always
of it.
allowed under
Yeah.
the highway code. That was always allowed under the highway code under certain circumstances.
Yeah,
So,
but
yeah.
it
It
said
always was.
someone had actually put, how do you get past 2 cyclists that are riding abreast? And he went, yeah, but it's 2 tits on a bike. Fuck them out the way.
No, they're not tits. They're mammals. Middle-aged men in lycra. Come on,
Yeah.
mammals.
See the thing about it is like, see if there was anyone with any common sense whatsoever that was in control of the highway code, any pedestrian crossing should go underneath a road, not all over it, not on it. And any bicycle that is on a road, be it pedal powered or mechanical, should have to pay insurance. End of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
All-
agree, Cody.
All cyclists should have insurance and
Mm.
a little plate to say that you bought insurance for your
Well,
bike.
well,
Yeah.
you could have a plate you put on the bike or on your backpack because I've seen people do that before. There's your insurance while you're
Yeah.
on any push bike. So
Yeah.
you put it on your backpack, whatever it is. I've got road insurance, so I'm now insured. Because how many of them fuckers have you seen run red lights as well? I mean,
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
It's like they go off the bike and walk across a pedestrian crossing
Yes.
and then go back on the other
Back on
side.
it.
And, go back.
Yeah.
And you're like, right, you can't have it both ways. You can't want everyone to abide by the highway code and then
Now
you
I'll drop
break
that
it.
chaos grenade. I'm going to go for a minute.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the other part of the highway code is cyclists do not have to ride in cycle lanes. They can now ride as the main part of the road. So the government has spent, and I had a look at this last year, the government spent £286 million on cycle lanes.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rev Bob. I was driving back from Gotham, and I was actually having a whinge about that because I was riding along, and there was a cyclist there on the road, and on the left was a perfect cycle lane. Oh, I want wrong arm. Was a brand new, cycle lane and pedestrian path. And it was on the road, and it's like if you go on there, mate, you're just following the same stretch of road,
Yeah.
same distance. You're out the way of the traffic, and you're perfectly safe. But no, on the road.
Yeah, but
And
the
it's
law
like-
is in London, cyclists allowed in the main part of the road, and you're also allowed in the cycle lane. So they've spent 286 million of taxpayers' money for cyclists to have this special cycle lane. But the cyclists are now allowed into the main part of the road, yet a motorcyclist is not allowed to use the cycle lane.
Because I've got a question for you. Do you know my logbook from the DVLA for my Lexmoto Michigan?
Yeah.
It's classified as a bicycle.
It's classified. Oh, talking of that, go on YouTube and look at motorcyclists using a cycle lane. There's a guy in, I think he's down in Exeter, and he's actually riding in a cycle lane.
Yeah.
And the copper pulls him and said, "Why are you riding in a cycle lane when the main road's shut?" And he went, "My motorcycle is classed as a bicycle."
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the same as my logbook.
Yeah. They took it to court. They took it to court, and the motorcyclist actually got up with it because on his license it classes a motorcycle as a bicycle, and he actually got away with riding in the cycle.
Says that on my logbook. Says that on my logbook.
One of my members of the bowling club, he's into
restoring. Has just lost power.
He's into restoring plastic cars, and he. Obviously, like in the UK, we've got a big thing about no road tax, no insurance, no blah, blah, blah. So where he stays, he doesn't have access to like a private sort of driveway or whatever. So his classic car's parked and he's out in the street. And he had it up in axle stands. He had the wheels off it, he had the wheel hubs off it, he had the drive shafts out it. He had absolutely everything stripped off it because the car was actually getting stripped to get basically dipped and repainted. And while that was happening, he got a ticket from the DVLA stating that it had no tax, blah, blah, blah. So he decided, I'm going to take it to court, which he did. And he was able to give evidence that it basically challenged the definition of what a car was. And the prosecuting lawyer stated that for it to be a car, had to have an engine, 4 wheels, so on and so forth. And because the car was sitting there, it didn't have wheels on it, didn't have any drive shafts, anything like that on it, it could not be classified as a car at that point in time. And he got away with it.
Yeah. Like I say, I've always wondered that about my logbook because it literally says on there that my Lexmoto Michigan is a bicycle.
Yeah,
say motorbike.
You can get away with it.
So do you think they probably changed the highway code then to accommodate London?
I think you can't get a metre and a half away from a cyclist in London unless he's running a fucking red light. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah. I mean, if you ever look at Noob's stuff and you see when he's most of his stuff's commuting, and when you see what goes on and the amount of cyclists, the amount of people on 125s. I mean, I've even seen guys with suits on 125s, you know, on their way into work.
If you want to see, someone that rides London all the time, he doesn't give out a lot. His premise is 187. He rides a lot around London, and he doesn't give away what he does. Let me just say, he is in the same service as what Simon is.
Yeah,
he sees a lot of shit going on, which is why he swears a lot. He does have issues. Obviously, Premises is a really nice guy. I've actually met him a couple of times. He's normally down at Ace Cafe in London. He lost a very, very good friend. If you roll back about 6 months, and he does a tribute to his friend. Now, the idea was she was riding through London, taxis pulling out. She's going down the road, straight line. Taxi should have give way. She carries on straight, and the taxi went straight over the top of her. So
That's
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go into that subject.
No.
But Prem, it affected Prem because obviously the job that he does. But that's why he swears a lot, because he gets very irate with cyclists, car drivers, and everyone's like, "Oh, Prem, he's this big swearing, blah blah blah." But no, he's not. He sees a lot of shit in London, And you guys need to realise the crap that goes on in London with people that just do not know how to drive.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, going back to the pedestrians crossing the street thing,
Mm,
the only reason that law's coming is because of phone zombies.
mm.
Phone zombies, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Punkster's with us. Evening, Punkster.
Evening, Punkster. You know,
Yeah.
phone zombies, too busy looking at the phone and not looking where they're going.
Yeah.
That's why that's coming.
Yeah, I had. Oh God, and I've not. I had the video on my drift. Simon knows my drift's on my helmet all the time. My drift does not. Every time I go out on the bike, that drift goes on. I came down from home on a Sunday morning. Now I was single on the bike I think it was on the ZX, going down to meet Simon at Super Sausage, and I pulled up next to a Mini. The girl is on her phone, two fingers typing away, blah 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 blah, with her knees under the steering wheel. Yeah.
Yep.
So tap on the window, put your phone down, love. What? Put your phone down. Why don't you fuck off? And little blonde, and all I can say was she was chav. That's the word for it, chav. Just put your phone down, love. You know, I'm not going to cause an argument. Put your phone down, but people like you kill people like us. Why don't you fuck off? And I got a tirade. She was about 21. I got a tirade of abuse through the side window, and I went, all right, fine, fair enough. If that's what you want to do, if you want to carry on, I'm going to take your mirror. And she went, oh, out the side window, and she spat at me down the side of the helmet onto me, and I saw red mist, and I took the mirror, but I didn't launch it sideways. I took it downwards. I took the complete mirror cluster off. Next thing I know, whoop 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 whoop, behind me, I've got a cop car behind me. Okay, crap. Pull over. Pulled us in, and the copper goes to me. He went, I've seen that. That's criminal damage. I'm going to do you for criminal damage. All right, fine. Fuck me off for criminal damage. She's on her phone. And he went, what do you mean? I went, I've just caught her on her phone. She's just spat at me. I've got gob all over my bloody visor. And she's on her phone. And I took the mirror. I just red misted, mate. My apologies. I red misted. I took the mirror. And he went, oh, all right. I said, but my camera's running. Do you want the footage of my camera? And he went, oh, brilliant. Okay, lovely. Went down and spoke to her. No, I weren't on my phone. And he went, can you replay it? With the drift has got its own screen. So you can replay the foot. I replayed the footage, and he went, I want your card. What do you mean? I went, this is going on fucking YouTube later, mate. And he went, no, I want your card. I went, all right, okay. Pulled the card out, and he went, have you got a second card to obviously, do you record your ride all the time? I've got a second, I have 4 cards in my backpack.
Yeah.
New card, gave him the card, and he went up to the girl in the Mini, and he went, right, he said, we're going to report the driver for criminal damage, but he's got you on the phone. Okay. If you drop the criminal damage charge, he won't press for the fact that you're on the phone. And she went, oh, okay. So she's like, oh, crap, I'm in the shit for using a mobile phone. So the cop has got the card. He went, right, mate, it's all sorted, on your way. Goes back to the Mini, and he went, right, he said, we've dropped the criminal damage charges, but obviously you've assaulted the biker because you've spat at him.
Yeah.
That's an arrestable offence. Criminal damage is, I'll see you in court later, we'll give you a summons. So basically, one played against the other. She dropped the assault charge. I dropped the assault charge. She dropped the criminal damage. Copper goes back up to the car, and he went, right, I'm doing you for 3 points using your mobile phone. And as I went past, I went, have a nice day, see you later. But, you know, horses for courses, you know. Why the hell do you need to use your mobile phone when driving? If you watch half a dozen of my videos, you'll see you can hear the phone going off in my back pocket. I've either got my timer going off to tell me it's 8:15 in the morning, I'm out on a ride test, or text message from the garage, or Phil's phoning me to say, where are you? I ignore my phone in my back. I could easily pull up, stop at the traffic lights, pull my phone out. I'm on a bike ride. I'll call you later. No, the phone stays in the pocket. Yeah. I never even me headset that goes off, and I've got a call coming, and I blank it. I'm on a bike ride, mate. I don't need to be disturbed. Turn it off. Yeah.
The only reason why I've got that phone holder on the front of my bike is in case I need my phone as a sat nav.
Exactly.
And then that's it.
Yeah. Quick one from Paul. He's Paul's after. Thanks
Yeah.
very much,
Good
Paul.
night, Paul.
Thanks for popping in. We'll see you later. Take care, Mad Old Biker.
I'll do the royal wave.
Codes and MTs and everyone saying good night to him. So thanks very much, Paul. Quick one from Dennis. Probably this is quite true, actually. Probably not political, but all people driving in London qualified to be. Yeah.
I ever say my missus is from Kent, Rev Bomb. And I always say when I get down to Toddington Services, that's when I remove my brain cell.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's literally when it's like remove your brain cell because the drive. Oh, yeah, don't get me talking about the M25 in London.
The standards of driving over the last Simon's on the schnapps now.
Yeah, I've got a bottle of that on the floor, but I'm not allowed to drink it because of my tablets.
I'm on the last bit of Sauvignon, so bottle polished off tonight.
You're on the last bit of girls' wine.
Yeah, girls' wine. I would say that over the last 20 years, I'd say 20 years, yeah, I'm going to go back to sort of 1990s. The driving standards have dropped through the floor tremendously.
Can I tell you exactly why? My theory on why driving standards have dropped.
You can indeed.
And
I'm going to let you crack on because I need to have a wee and a cup of coffee and have a fag as well. So you crack on.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm sneakily having one in a minute. So
yeah, driving standards have dropped simply because when I learned to drive and I got my first car, it had a AM radio in it or AM medium wave radio in it. That's all it had.
Yeah.
And when you was driving and you wanted to go anywhere, you looked out the window and you looked at road time.
Yeah.
Technology is Zed Paul's here. Technology has gone on so far now that people don't have to look out the window to drive their car. They don't have to look at road signs. They follow the sat nav. They've got their music playing. They're listening to their messages from wherever on the center console on whatever they're doing. And we've got Batman and Zed Ball in here now. Look.
Yeah.
And that is why the driving standards dropped because people don't look out the window. That is why when you reach a 40 mile an hour speed camera and you're following a car doing it 40 mile an hour, he gets a warning there's a speed camera. The first thing he does is brake because he has no idea what speed he's doing or what speed he should be doing.
No, I agree with that. And what makes you laugh is the driving test has got harder.
Yeah.
And yet the standard of driving has gone down, and it's because cars now have got too many gadgets and gizmos in them.
So many.
I've always said, take away the airbags and everything else, put a spike in the middle of the steering wheel. Right, that will stop them tailgating people and driving too fast and acting like a twat. And then if you want to start your car, breathe into this.
Take the airbags out of the car because
as soon as your mobile phone detects that it's being used or touched or is on a call, your car cuts out. There you go.
Yeah, because
my Zed Paul's on the wife beater, look, and he can't drink it.
Yeah, my first car was a 1970.
You need a glory hole in that mask, mate.
Yeah, like
sorry, MP. Go on.
Yeah, I was just saying, my first car was a 1972 Mini, and all what I had in was a basic radio, speedo, and that was it. And like you say, you had to look where you were going. You know, if you wanted to find somewhere, you'd have to pull over.
Avenger 1.3 GLS.
No, you'd have to pull over.
GLS for, but there you go.
I had a 1972 Mini as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, K-Reg, brilliant.
I never went the mini route, even though I was a mod. I never went the mini route. So
I had 3 of them. I loved them.
My first car was a Vauxhall Astra Mark II. The wee chubby one. The wee chubby one. I loved it.
Yep.
The first thing I did, if you remember the Vauxhall at that time, the sun used to bleach the front and rear bumper. It would go like from black to like a pure
grey colour.
Grey colour, yeah.
So the first thing I did was I stripped every single bit of plastic off that thing and I sprayed it with a silk vinyl black and just and then I cut the whole car. It was just I loved that car.
Yeah.
Somebody liked it more than I did because I ended up buying 3 full lock sets for it because somebody was trying to obviously open it with a screwdriver. It's so easy to break into.
Do you know how many XR3s and XR3Is I had broken into because people wanted to steal them? They couldn't start it because I always put the alternative switch in. But yeah,
was it the old Vauxhall Nova where you just used to take the hazard warning light button out and put it in the wrong way round and the car would start?
It was the hazard light.
Yeah.
And the old
And then-
Volvo, the most secure car you could ever buy, the old Volvo, you used to cut a tennis ball in half, put it over the lock, and then hit it because they were a
Yeah.
vacuum seal. It'd pop all the locks
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here's another one. I don't know if you remember the old Moss alarms. Before you actually had an alarm in the car, you would buy a Moss alarm. And the easy one for that was if you break the headlight and take the bulb out,
Yeah,
it stops the
bulb out,
alarm going off.
that's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
I had
Dennis,
a
he
Vauxhall.
said, my point is other nationalities the same standards as UK's. I don't know actually.
I don't know,
I don't
Red
know.
Bomb. We've moved on.
Yeah,
I
missed that. Then. I missed that.
had a
think
Vauxhall
I
Cavalier.
think France has got a good idea with the 14-year-olds where they're allowed to drive something like, is it a 650 or something
Well,
like that? Engine or something car?
you're talking about nationalities with driving standards. You know, it's something like 2 years it takes for a youngster to pass their test in Norway. Was it Norway? No, sorry, it's not. It's not Norway. I'll tell you where it is. It's Finland, because it was Mika Hakkinen that I saw a documentary. It's like they almost teach their kids to drive rally cars.
Yeah.
Because in Norway, all the roads have got bumps and dips in them.
Not only that, they get such adverse weather out there. They teach them how to drive in
snow. Yeah.
If you get half an inch of snow in the UK, nobody knows how to drive. They all end up at the side of the road, and I end up weaving through them all in my car.
They get skid pan driving and everything. That's part of the test. Skid pan driving. There's the whole myriad of things.
I loved the skid pan driving when I did my advanced driving for the ambulance service. That was so much fun. I had that car going sideways for ages, and the instructor said, "That's it." And I went, "No, a couple more laps."
See, the thing about it is, see something that would make car drivers better in the UK was make all the kids take a motorbike CBT. Before they learn to drive.
Awareness.
Absolutely, because you could be damn sure that if they've done the bike awareness course first, they're going to look out for bikers when they're doing their driving test.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring something into the stream because obviously back in '82. Now obviously I'm going back into my past history. From 12 till about 16, I did junior motocross, and I was Southern England champion for 2 years. Got to 16 and 50cc, had me crappy little 50cc. I jumped straight on a 250. Now all the boys in our area all had 17. You could go 250, go and crack out and do your test. We had a team in Milton Keynes that was called the Magnificent Seven, which was the 7 KTM riders. Out of those 7 KTM riders, there are 2 left. Me and a guy called Paul Wehrmouth. The other 5 are dead. Mark, I'm going to go through a couple of them because I still go and obviously I'm still friends with all the family. Mark Furzer barreled down the A5D. They just put in the Brick Hill roundabout. Simon knows where the Brick Hill roundabout is. Barreled down from Little Brick Hill to Milton Keynes, hit the roundabout, hit the brakes, and went head first and cracked his head on the curb of the roundabout because he was going in too fast. He wiped off. Another guy on the Lakes Estate going down past the Lakes Estate, pulled out in front of a taxi, wiped himself out 70 mile an hour in a 30, wiped himself out in the side of a taxi. There's 2 of us left out of 7. It was just due to the fact that you were given a 250cc at 17 and didn't know how to handle the bloody thing.
No.
And hence why across the UK, that's why CBT was brought in, because it was the nightmare year, or the nightmare 5 years of kids getting 250cc's at 17 straight from 50. A massive great RD. You had the RD250, you had the Suzuki X250. All those bikes had huge horsepower for what they are, and were just going out and just ragging the crap out of them and killing themselves. Hence why they brought the CBT in, restricted horsepower 125, and obviously to try and stop the amount of damages that were doing youngsters at that age. Obviously, I went from straight from a 250 to a ZX9R at 17. 3 months later, traded my ZX9R in and got a Z1300. and everyone went, "Oh, you're going to kill yourself on it. You're going to kill yourself on it." It's all about respecting the machine that you are on, and
Yeah.
it's not being too over eager with the wrist. And obviously Simon said to me, he said, stepping from my ZX7R to the 1400, he said to me, "You're going to have to respect that bike." How long did it take me, Simon, to open that bike up?
Months. Yeah.
Months, because I knew it was going to, if I throttled up on that thing, it was going to bite me in the arse and rip my head
And
off and shit
no one
down my
tells
neck.
you about that power band or
Yeah.
the variable valve
Wow.
timing at 4,500. It's
Yeah. And the first
It's a
time
killer.
I did it was 2 weeks ago, and the video's up there on YouTube. I actually left Simon standing, fourth gear, and I actually, first time in months that I thought, right, I've got a nice bit of weather. Let's just see what this will do. And to say that I shit my pants opening that bike up, I left Simon standing. It took me literally 4 seconds to take it over 120 mile an hour.
Yeah.
Mm.
I look down. I'm like, oh, I'm doing 80, and I'm shit.
No,
I'm
no,
doing
no. You
100.
was only doing 70, Rob. You was
Yeah.
only doing
Yeah,
70.
yeah. I was
Yeah.
going to say, I thought you were doing 70, rough.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was 70. I was stuck at 50.
It was 70. It
I
was
stuck
70.
at
Yeah.
50.
But that frightened the life out of me. It's the first time in ever I've opened the GTR up, and I'm like, holy crap, this thing flies.
Yeah.
Zed obviously knows because he's got the ZZR.
Well, I picked my ZZR up in November. It was like late November, so you can understand the weather conditions there, and it was pitch black. Now, where I stay, I picked it up from Renfrew, and to get to my house, there's a part that's called the Candron Road, and it takes you. It's like a 3 mile straight. So when I turned the left-hand corner, very, very slowly, I hastened to add, I knew that I could open the bike up. And it's the first thing that I did. And when you get to about 7,500 revs and you actually hear the induction of that bike start to whine, it's like, it's the most unbelievable. And I knew as soon as I did that, and I had only owned the bike for 10 minutes, I knew I was going to love that bike for the rest of my life, and I will.
That's the first time. That's the first time in, I'd say, 4 or 5 months of owning that GTR that I've actually pushed it full throttle, and it frightened the life out of me. It's something I'm going to get used to. I'm not going to be there for at least another year, but the power band on that thing is absolutely amazing, and it's something I'm going to get used to. It's not. It's to say it's 4 times the power of my ZX7R. I'm not even coming close to it.
See,
But
I did the step. I mean, like obviously I had the 600, and then I went to the ZRX 1200, and then up to the 14. The 1200 was a wee bit different because the top end, it wasn't any top end on it. It was all low end grunt. It was a muscle bike. That's by definition, that's what it was. But what it did do was give me that introduction to the power delivery of the bigger ZZR.
There's nothing like it. To say that, I was astounded how quick that could deliver the power, and in such a short space of time. It wasn't frightening, but it was like, holy crap, how much power has this bike gone? And I was only at half throttle. I've yet to open it up full throttle and give it the works.
So the thing about it is, Red Bomb, is like I don't have any ABS traction control. I don't have anything on my bike. So when I picked my bike up in November, I rode it all the way through the winter, and it was the best grounding I could ever have, because you know yourself, it's like I was entering slip roads onto motorways, and anytime you just opened that throttle just that slightest wee bit, you were 6 inches. The back end stepped out 6 inches.
It steps out,
It just breaks traction, and like you're like, okay, I need to respect this, and like it was just like somebody tapping you in the shoulder, just going, wind your neck in, wind your neck in.
Wind your neck in,
You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you look at the Super Sausage Run, where I did open it up, and I dropped it from 5th to 4th and put the power on, and I actually span the back wheel up, and I'm like, whoa! And you can see a little bit of camera blur where it actually does that, and I actually spin the back wheel up, and I'm like, whoa, holy shit, my ass gripped that seat like good quick one. Military's in. If you didn't hear the stream earlier, Stevie, the $50 that I got earlier. You sent me the link earlier for the Calgary food bank, so I've sent them $50, mate. So that's all gone to the Calgary food bank, mate. But thanks very much for the link, much appreciated, and I'm very happy to just put it to a good cause, mate. So I don't need the money. As I said to you, me and Stevie. Stop that! Stop that!
Wrong one.
Yeah, me and Stevie were privately messaging, and I said, I'm just gonna. I don't need the money, mate. So I've sent it to your Calgary food bank. So if it can help out a needy family that needs some food, mate, I'm quite happy to do that. Don't need the money. It's all about, we're here, we're a family. $50 would sit in my bank account quite nicely. Get the missus another night on bingo or whatever, but. I don't need the money. I'm quite happy to give it away.
$50,
So
it's only about 30 quid. It's about a
it's
tank
about
of fuel
30,
in
it's
your
about
GTR. Yeah.
about a tank of fuel. So I'm quite happy to give it away. That family, if it's gone to the Calgary Food Bank and that's given someone food for a night, then I'm quite happy to do it. I actually got slated the other day, and I'm miffed about it. But I kept it to myself for a week. We was in my local Shell at the bottom of the hill, Simon. So BP
Yeah.
in Shell, at Little Brick Hill by the McDonald's. I'm filling up I got my little shitty Kia Picanto, filling up my car with fuel.
Your
Put
roller
20 quid.
skate, yeah.
My roller skate. We call it, the guys at the garage call it the rolling turd because it's a piece of shit. It goes from A to B. I'm in the garage, filled up with fuel, 20 quid in the tank, and I'm in the petrol station filling up, gone to pay for my fuel, and there was a couple of coppers in there. And I said, and they were ordering a couple of Costas. So I said to the girl at the till, I went, pick up the bill for their, I need a receipt because I need their receipt out the Costa machine. So I said, guys, give us your Costa receipts. I'll pick that up for you. Why? And I went, every emergency service, I always, as I say, pay it forward. I said, just give us your receipt. I'll pay for your coffees. Oh, thanks very much, mate. And this bloke turned around at me. He went, why are you buying coffees for pigs? And I went, what? And he went, oh, they're the guys that go out nicking. And I went, yeah. I said, but when you're in trouble and you need something, the police guys are always there.
Yeah.
They're over.
Now, the guy that said this, did they Spanish inspect his car?
No. I
They
wish.
should have fucking done.
Yeah. I said, I said, I've always got respect for whether it's military, Army, Air Force, Navy, police,
Any
ambulance, or
first
fire.
responder.
Yeah, first responders. I'll always pick up if the guys want a cup of coffee, then I'm quite happy to pick up the tab for them. If it's a cup of coffee, or if it's under 20 quid, I'll pick up the tab for them, and that's just me. But my background, I'll pick up the tab for. And these two cop guys went, "Oh, cheers for that, mate. What are you driving? Oh, a piece of shit car out there." All right, I said, but I always pay it forward. I said, I'm quite happy, and the only thing I'm going to say is thanks for your service, as I always do. And this guy's like, oh, fucking pigs. I wouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And I went, what's your issue? Oh, I've been nicked 3 times for speeding. Well, that's your fault. Then you shouldn't have been speeding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
a twat then. Yeah.
But if you had
yeah.
See, back in the 80s, you always had, yes, sir. You'd open the door for a woman. You'd get, yes, sir, no, sir. You'd give respect. There is no respect these days. Little 16 and 17-year-olds got no
That's
respect.
because the police can't clip them around the ear like they used to with me.
No.
Yeah, exactly. I
told
got
them
caught.
not to say that.
I'll
When
try
I
and
was
go-
a kid,
Yeah,
do
I
it
got,
wrong,
tell
clip
you-
around the ear hole.
yeah,
So
I got
right-
caught scrumping in the local orchard by our local Bobby, and he gave me a clip round the ear, hauled me home by my ear hole, and told me mama. And I
Yeah.
got such a hiding off my dad, but I'd been nicking apples out the local orchard.
Why'd you get collared with the police? That's the whole thing that parents do, isn't it? So what'd you do? Why'd you get brought home?
Yeah,
You've disgraced the family, and it's like all
Yeah.
that. It's like
Yeah.
there isn't that.
I got caught in a
respect
building
anymore.
site as a kid. I got caught in a building site as a kid in London, and he turned around. He told me he was going to go tell my dad, and I was fucking petrified.
Yeah.
The cunt didn't even know me dad. Sorry, excuse me, friend.
absolutely.
He didn't even know me dad, but I was petrified. I went home and I sat there. I was a good boy for about a month.
Yeah.
It worked.
I've been told Stevie's got a new bike. Stevie's got a new bike, so he's
Yeah.
got a pink
And European in pink.
Oh, well done, Stevie.
Nice to see him coming out. Yeah.
I think he's got a rally
All
chopper.
those days of
you know.
sitting in a metal box with all them friends. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been told it's MT's here as well somewhere. So, Brandon, get your ass on the live stream, mate.
It's not
Um,
Peter's Brown. Yeah.
Yeah, he's bought a run. Oh God, do you remember Zed? You must remember the rally choppers.
Yeah,
Well,
I
they were
do.
built
The-
in,
Oh,
they
and
were
the
built
grifter.
in Nottingham.
And
They
the
were
grip.
built
Fucking hell.
in-
Anybody, I think everybody in this room remembers the rally
You
chopper.
had the
I think
rally
we're all
chopper,
old
you
enough,
had the
yeah.
grifter, you had the boxer, you
Yeah,
had
they
the
were all
strike-
built in
the-
Nottingham.
The
Commando.
rally
Yeah.
striker.
If you
Yeah.
watch,
Yeah.
there's an old film
Yep.
called Saturday Night, Sunday Morning. It's based at the Rally Factory in Nottingham. They were
Brilliant.
all built in Nottingham.
Mm.
Dennis
Oh,
Galvin. A Newport
Yeah.
Pagnell bypass is now a well-known racetrack.
Brilliant.
That'll
I
be
know where I'm going this weekend then.
the Chichley Hill, Simon.
Yep. I know exactly where it is. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, Chichley Hill headed up to Oldie. It's 2 miles straight of like pure open road. Just bang it home.
Yeah. You watch the TV people, a camera van right in the fucking middle of that now. Yeah.
Stevie's got a live reveal coming up. So, Stevie, let us know what time your live reveal is up, and I'll share it up on
Absolutely.
my channel. I'm quite happy to bang it up on.
Yeah,
There we are. Yeah, got to do it on a Friday. Yeah.
I'll share it on my social media for you as well, Steve, if you want, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got so it's a Newport Pagnell bypass, well-known racetrack. We actually had oh God, what's his name? Oh God, the bloke that plays Mr. Bean.
Rowan
Rowan
Atkinson.
Atkinson.
Rowan
Rowan
Atkinson.
Atkinson.
Yeah, he turned up at the Newport Pagnell because Aston Martin is right on top of that road, and he asked to test the new Aston Martin, and he actually blammed it down there, and he got 140 out of it. And the coppers pulled him over, then realised who he was, and went, "Just carry on, mate."
Yeah. Well,
I'm sure he
was there not a motorway that I'm sure it was at the Jaguar XJS when it first came out. It was one of the new motorways that hadn't even been finished yet, but there was a section
Yeah.
finished, and the Jaguar asked if they could test the car out. And as soon as they realised that the car, I think it was about 120 miles an hour,
Yeah.
and that's how the British speed limit was introduced, because they realised that cars were starting to stretch beyond the 70 miles an hour mark.
Yeah. I remember seeing that actually. I think it was on Top Gear, because now
Yeah,
Top Gear
Top
always
Gear,
do
that's
these
what.
little.
Yeah.
They always do these little kind of things, don't they? And I'm sure that's where I'd seen it. Yeah. Well,
It was,
I
it was,
didn't
the,
know
it was
that.
the,
Yeah.
yeah, it was the one that can you remember they put all the Jaguars on the end of the Dover's cliffs, and then they had the Spitfires fly over the top of them.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
like a tribute, and
There was a quick one. Obviously, the guy's not in the room tonight, but it's Western Supermoto Vlogs. So Phil down at Western Supermoto did the Eddie Kidd tribute on Top Gear.
Yeah, all right.
And he's the one that actually salutes Eddie Kidd as he rides past.
Yeah.
Obviously, he kept that very, very close to his chest for months and months and months. He wasn't allowed to do the real. If you happen to live in Birmingham, the area, there is the M6 toll road. Now,
they can't do you for speeding on that.
No,
No speed limit.
Private road.
Really?
The
Is that right?
M6
Yeah.
the M6 toll road is
Private road.
classed as a private road, so you cannot be done for speeding. A guy on he had a Lamborghini, I think it was a Diablo, and he got caught doing 184 by the coppers going down that M6 toll road. Took it to court, and he had the same barrister that's got David Beckham off.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
I think he paid just over £1,200 for David Beckham's solicitor. But when it actually got to court, they took it to the High Court in London, and the M6 toll road is classed, because it's a paid road.
Yeah.
Anything that is a paid road is classed as a private road, not a public road. So toll roads are classed as private roads, not public roads, and not liable for any speed offences.
I admit, I've done
There
about 110 down that road, because we used to go to Wolverhampton.
Yeah.
And from us.
Not on your Michigan, surely.
No, not on the Michigan. No, that was in the old company car. We used to tank it along that road, and it was like, you can't do me, you know.
It's a private road
already
and not
asked him,
liable
Lockwood.
to speed offences. So if you happen to be watching the live stream and you fancy a bit of a blast on your MT10 or
M6 toll.
It's too much
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
shake back. You
get
look
down,
away.
get down the M6 toll, pay your £6 or whatever it is to get down the M6 toll. You can blam it as fast as you like because it's a private road and not a public road, and you are not
Because Red
liable.
Bomb says it's all right.
Simon, next
Honestly,
week,
Officer Red Bomb said it was fine.
Simon, next Sunday, me and you, M6 toll. How fast can we push the GTRs?
Right, okay. Vlog it.
Yeah, you
Vlog
gotta do
it.
it.
Showing the
Yeah.
clock. Show the clock.
Is that another moto vlog challenge?
That's
Yeah,
another motor.
Good night,
that'll be the
Dennis.
next one.
But
No,
what would be
you
even
don't
I'm
get
better
it.
if you get
a fans only page from his whole thing then.
what would be
it's-
even better if you get a car? You need to get somebody with a decent car and do like
Yeah.
a 3-way race. You know, just
Yeah,
to
definitely.
just to show how fast they are.
Oh,
You need
yeah.
to do that.
I might even
There's-
take the last
That's
ride
it.
on the ZX7 and blam it down the M6 toll road. and see.
There was a road near where I,
Waved you
where
130, yeah. As I go past.
there's a dual carriageway near where I'm originally from, Calverton, and before they put speed cameras on it, they always used to test the cars.
You bastard. All right, he's
Oh.
X is having a dig.
I'm
Right.
sorry, Exeter. So thank you.
You bastard. Yeah, it's off the road.
Have
at
you
the
got
moment.
a heated rear seat?
If anybody wants
at least
to
they'll
race
keep
Red
their
Bomb's
hands warm.
bike, now's the time to do it because he's only going to have to push it. So.
I'm surprised you haven't called it a Skoda. That's why they had these
We're
really
going to put a heated
windows,
back
weren't they?
box on it and keep his hands warm. Don't worry.
Go to ladder.
John Diehard, Z-Head versus Simon versus RB. There's only one winner.
Yeah.
Exactly.
ZZ, I think, yeah. I mean, the ZZR has got the speed over the GTR. Let's face
Yeah.
it. So.
Not the
Yeah.
comfort.
Not the comfort,
That's
but you
true.
got the speed.
No. Yeah, absolutely.
We should
Let's see
see.
who can maintain
We'll see.
it for an hour and a half.
No,
Yeah,
well,
we'll see when we come up in June, won't we, Simon?
I'm a goer, not a shower.
There's no many straight roads up here though, Rev. That's the problem.
That's
No,
just it.
Andy's and I think Andy's finalising. I've got to go off and get the Premier Inn codes for the because Premier Inn have promised us obviously give us 20% off hotels over the weekend or over the
Excellent.
week. So I think Simon and Andy, because I've got a wedding to do, I've got best man to do on the 4th because I was going to come up for the 4th. Until the missus said to me, "Well, you're doing my brother's wedding. You're best man." I'm like, "Oh shit! Can't you find someone else to be best man?" And like, "No, you've got to do it." I am actually coming up the weekend after, so I'm coming up the 11th. So what
day is that?
that's going to be Friday, Saturday. So Simon and Andy are coming up the week before to do the NC 500. They're going to ride round for the week. And meet me back in Glasgow on the 11th of June, I think it is, 7 days later. I'm going to come up. I'm riding up because I'm finishing the garage at 6 o'clock. By the time I've got the bike, I'm going to chuck a couple of days clothes in the panniers, my bits and pieces. I've got to put my jet boil in there because I've got to stop for a cup of coffee halfway up. But I'm going to come up Friday night, probably get up to Scotland about probably 2 in the morning on Saturday, grab a couple of hours sleep in the hotel. I should be up there for the Saturday and the Sunday and head back to the garage on sort of Monday morning, get back for about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I should be up there for the weekend of the 11th. So first weekend, Simon's up there. Second weekend, I'm up there. Hopefully catch up with all you guys in Glasgow. Just have a meet up and just a quick vlog.
I'll be free.
They don't say Glasgow, they say Glasgow.
Glasgow, yeah.
Well, Simon, like, see for like the Saturday, Sunday you're coming up, I'll certainly make myself available for that. Rev is yourself as well. When you come up in the 11th, again, I'll make myself available for that as well. That's a definite. But one of the wee things that you said, and I thought was absolutely fantastic, and Lockwood will agree with me on this one. It's like you said about when you're riding with Simon and the boys, and you're going down to Super Sausage, and it's a 20-minute ride, and you come off and you're absolutely laughing. Just wait until you've ridden from Tyndrum to Inverary, because we'll take you on that road, and honestly,
I'll have a bit of
Lockwood,
that.
you know what road that is.
Don't make me
It's the
laugh
mo-
too hard because my bowels let go.
It's the most. It's the most amazing. It's the most amazing road that you'll ever ride.
And
I want to
that's-
ride it
that's where you
slow just
lost.
to
That's
get.
where you lost the fraud, wasn't it? That's where
Yeah,
you lost.
I just
the
want to get.
football
I
fraud.
want to get the
Aye.
views in.
Yeah.
That's.
No. I want to bat it.
I've got a video. I've got a video on my channel. I think what was it? It had Lockwood in the title, didn't it?
It was Todgers. It was that weekend, but
that's
Todger
right,
was
but-
up, wasn't it?
Aye,
Yeah.
but it was Lockwood Rideout or something like that. It was.
Aye,
It was
something
the
like
name
that,
of the
yeah,
video.
yeah.
And I actually lost my GoPro Hero 4 on part of the run. But if you go on to that and you look at that video, that's the road.
Fluffy
we're gonna take.
clouds.
Right.
Aye.
What I'm going to do,
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
what I'm going to do now is I'm going to extend an invitation because in August I've mentioned it on my video. We got this mental health awareness thing at the Tote.
Oh, Brandon's thing, yeah.
Cafe.
We're
Brandon's
up
thing.
for that.
Right. If any of you guys from Scotland want to come down and join that, you
Yeah.
can stay here with me. I've got
Yeah,
room for you.
I've
That's
got
brilliant, man.
I've got a 3-bed house and I've got 2 rooms available here
Rev.
because it's only
Could you? I mean, I'm happy for you to stay at mine when you come up.
Mm.
You know, if you
Yeah,
come
cool.
up Friday night,
Mm.
Saturday morning, you've no.
I'll have the garage
Just
ready
wait
with a
for the
sleeping
dad,
bag. So.
obviously.
He's got his dungeon ready.
Yeah.
No, but I'm happy
swing
for
is
you to
all
come up
set.
there.
I'm not sharing with you, lot.
I'm absolutely open and honest. I mean, if you guys want to come
Yeah.
down, and that invitation's obviously open to anybody from that
That's
area.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Simon,
Oh,
there's Andy,
Love to.
Simon, myself. We've all got rooms.
We've all
If
got
you
room.
guys,
Yeah.
yeah.
You guys want to come down and join us on that, and then we can do a huge. Hi Tina.
Oh,
We
Tina.
can do a huge vloggers event, and we can have all of us there.
Yeah.
I think it's a very worthwhile cause.
See,
You guys know about me, so
See, obviously,
so
like
please do it.
as
Yeah.
I said to Brandon, I'm gonna chuck as many people as I can to this mental health awareness thing.
yeah,
Obviously with mine and Simon's past, obviously Zed, Lock, MT as well. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go into why obviously me and
Yeah,
MT were
yeah.
friends, but he obviously sent me a message because he'd bought the Michigan. I sent the GTR club to him. He got a good ride out. We all help each other out. We all
Yeah.
do different things for different people. I've just joined a really, really good Facebook page, and I've been wanting to do this for absolutely ages as a bit of pay it forward. And it's the Biker Escorts group that goes around the UK that just escorts people on funerals. My stepfather passed away, and I can't believe it's 8 years ago now. It's such a long time, but I still remember it like it's yesterday. My dad had, my stepdad had prostate cancer. Now, obviously, he had quite a bit of money in the bank, went to Harley Street, got the latest drugs, the latest stuff. He kept going for 6 years until the surgeon turned around and said, the drugs are killing you. Write your bucket list. You've got 6 months left to live. My stepdad wrote down, he said, I want a swimming pool in the garden for mum. I want a Vincent Black Shadow. He always wanted a Vincent Black Shadow. I actually messaged the guy off of Top Gear. The little short bugger. That looks
Richard
like
Hammond.
Richard Hammond.
Yeah.
I messaged Richard Hammond and said, my stepdad is after a Vincent Black Shadow. He's got 6 months to live. Where can I get one? He sent me a link, and we found a Vincent Black Shadow ready to build. We're thinking it was a frame and 2 wheels ready to have the engine in. It was in 6 packing crates. It took us 6 months to build it. 2 weeks before my dad died, we built the bike, and we wheeled him out in his wheelchair, and we started the bike up, and he cried his eyes out for an hour. When he passed over, he had a sidecar. It was a BMW with a sidecar coffin, and the Vincent Black Shadow was ridden by his son. I rode a BSA Gold Star behind it. My brother rode another Gold Star. And I said to my mum, she went, I only want a small funeral. I messaged it out on his sidecar club and the bikers club and the biker escorts. We had 150 bikers turn up at his funeral, and my mum, she said, I will never, ever forget that day. She wished she'd videoed it. And I said, no, you don't want to video it. Keep it in your memory. You never want a video of it. Just remember the memory. But I want to pay it forward. So I want to mention Biker Escorts on Facebook. If you are a biker, jump on Biker Escorts, pay it forward. You know, there's a lot of bikers out there that die through road accidents or just old age.
Biker
Or
Escorts UK.
yeah. Biker Escorts UK. Jump on that page. All they ask is that obviously you turn up, you do your own thing. There is no fees. You don't get any money out of it, but you are supporting another biker that has lost his life, and you're just honouring that biker that has gone to Pearlygate heaven. So, you know, as I say, I've just joined this Biker Escorts. I've seen some really nice ones this week when I follow the page. But if you can do that and just give even a day of your time just to support a biker that has gone down and passed over, it's an amazing thing to do, you know. And you know, I hate to say it, when I kick the bucket, I hope, you know, my missus, she hates bikes, but the amount of bikers that are probably going to turn up to mine, and my missus is going to be like, oh my God, he's had such a following. Same for Zed, you know, Zed's a young guy, Lockwood's a young guy, Simon's an old fart, you know, he's heading for death's door any day. But as you can always say,
Not as old as you. Fuck off.
Exactly. Push it forward. But you know, it's something that do. We did PC Harper 3 years ago, and that was such an amazing ride. You know, and that was probably one of the highlights when I got to meet so many people. And PC Harper's wife, you know, we just do what we do because we are bikers, and it's great fun. At the end of the day, it's fun. You know, that is what we do. But excellent, you know. Quick one from MT. He's no longer on. Yeah, Mrs. ain't here anymore. And wow, that's great.
I've sent you a link for that group, Red Bomb, in the private chat.
I think I've already. Let me just jump on the private chat. Oh, cheers, Simon. Open link in new tab. I'm just going to share this up. So Simon's just posted this across to me when it comes up. Just got to wait for the biker. So this is the Facebook group, guys. If you ever, you know, and it's not just our area, it's across the entire UK. It's an amazing group. But all they ask is if you're a biker and a biker's passed, jump on this Facebook group, share it all up. That's the Biker Escort group. You're cheap, I guess. With all license, before you snuff it, I'll be on it. Sell for tomorrow. You rotten sod. Quick one, miniature biker.
You know, Red Bomb, your escort ride's going to be full of Lex motos, didn't you? It's going to be a 5 mile an hour fucking ride.
It's going to be 20 mile an hour and at top speed. Yeah. Like, push your bike. If it's
nobody's going above 40 because Red Bomb told me we can't. You know, we're running it in. And
yeah, you got to run it in. Yeah.
I've got an electric one, so I can't go over 30 because I'm a wanker.
Unless it de-restricts it, yeah.
Yeah, de-restrict
blows the battery up. Yeah, burns the battery out.
Is it still covered under warranty? You know, as I say, you know, we all do what we do. You know, we have a good.
I think our final ride is nice, isn't it? It's like
we all have
see it all the time. It's like a lot of Scottish biker pages do it. It's like the basic bikers have had a few have asked for it.
They've had a few.
With the local biker group where I am, we've had a few just recently as well.
The worst I did 5 escort rides in 1 year for a group I was in, and it was heartbreaking. It really was. And I think that's one of the things that tilted me towards the advanced riders, because it's felt like, well, there's a number, and what number am I? You know, am I number 6 this year, or number 7, or number 8? So you know, what can I do?
What tends to happen in Scotland, and Lockwood will sort of testify to this, is like right at the early part of the season, just as it starts to dry up and the roads start getting better, the statistics in Scotland go through the roof.
Go up.
And the reason being is there's a lot of people that shut their bikes down for the winter, that maybe they'll ride every single day for summer and get themselves to such a high level, but once they stop, they don't ride for the full winter.
They drop back.
Then they start again, thinking that they're starting from where they
left off. Spring is the worst time for motorcycle deaths, because it's so everybody that has shut their bike down for winter, and it's not just Scotland. It's throughout the world. Everybody that's shut their bikes down for winter, they
Mm.
get out in the summer and they start riding exactly the same way they did.
Yeah. See, I
And
had
that
it
was-
when I had it when Matthew came to me, because obviously Matthew messaged me. I think it was about a year ago now, Matthew, a couple of years ago.
It was last year.
Yeah, it was last year, and he messaged
Mm.
me saying, like, obviously, I've had a passing in the family. I'm not going to go into it in big detail, but I'm looking for like an escort, and I messaged so many pages on Facebook.
Oh, my phone blew up.
Yeah, and no one responded to me. And as soon as I got onto the GTR 4, I thought, right, I'm going to try one last resort, GTR 1400 Owners Club, and I messaged up and said, look, this guy is looking for. I think it was 26 or 27 GTRs turned up.
I can't remember.
Yeah, it was a lot of bikes that turned up, and I asked everybody on. Most people were like, oh, can't give a shit, you know. Oh, but the GTR, and I tend to find as you go up into the bigger CC bracket, like the BMW Owners Club, where it's the Aprilia Owners Club, Yamaha, Honda, Goldwing Owners Club, or the GTR 1400, everybody responds. If you happen to be 600 cc's or lower, they're just out for the ride. They don't give a shit about themselves. And it was weird, but quick one from Exeter. He said, "I'll be at yours, Rev, as long as it's in. I'm in Milton Keynes, mate. But you're any biker that's wants to, you know, if you happen to be coming out for a ride with us and you're coming a great distance, you've got Simon's, you've got Andy's, you've got mine. I've got a 3-bed house. You know, I've got 2 rooms available.
I'd love to do Super Sausage. I'd love to come down, even if it's just for a.
You got to do Super Sausage.
Yeah, Lockwood, you got to get fucking clear of that COVID first, though, mate.
Yeah. We don't take anybody with 2
You ain't
lights.
fucking coming down here while you're positive, mate.
Yeah, mate. I know it's okay. I'll definitely get clear of it.
Yeah, I went down with a family.
In all seriousness, exactly mirror what Red Bomb said. I mean, any of you guys want to come down, you want to spend the weekend down here and then come up to Sausage, etc. Hit me and Rev up.
Yeah,
we got room. Yeah,
and obviously my next door neighbour is manager at the Premier Inn at Caldecott. So Simon knows where Caldecott is. So his wife is at Caldecott. He's at Milton Keynes at the barn. So if any of you guys want to do Premier Inn, I can probably get it for like 20 quid a night or something stupid.
So basically, we've got plenty of room. We've got plenty of room, but you're staying at the Premier Inn.
I've got a spare bed here, mate. It's a double, so you know.
Worst case scenario, you're my cousin, or my cousin. My 2 boys work at the Hilton at the Dons. They're chefs.
Yeah, so we got loads. We've got loads of room down here. Anyway.
Loads of options, mate. You guys want to come down, and that goes for anybody.
Yeah.
I know MB I know military biker likes to do his trips to the UK. You want to do a trip to the UK? Come down to us.
Yeah, come down here, and there's
come up here. Come up here.
There's loads. There's loads.
Can go up there. It's cold, mate. It snowed this morning. Fuck that.
Yeah, we got loads of curry houses as well. So if you're up for a good curry on a Friday night before you ride.
Well, I'll tell you what. There's only one place to go for a curry in Milton Keynes. That's the Rose in Duncan.
Rose,
Street.
exactly, mate. Yeah, exactly.
That's a very good place, mate.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch Dingerpur. Dingerpur, it is poor.
Yep, Dingerpur. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where that's 6 toilet rolls in the fridge for the night after.
I'll tell you what. I feel a party coming on. I really do. So you guys, we're coming up to see you.
So
you
Rev, if you decide that you're coming up to stay at mine, that's your bed for the night.
That'll do for me, mate.
That's your bed on one side and Lockwood sleeping on the other side. You can
right where my helmet is, that's where you'll be sleeping.
Long as I've not got my head in your lap, that's all right.
No, his head will be in your lap. You're all right.
Yeah. Who's the daddy? Who's the daddy?
I'll tell you what, but I'd keep that bike of yours leading out of the way.
James Hicks has just said the Eastern Paradise is the best in the MK. I don't think it is. No. Rose of India,
more
mate.
than lick the bike in 5 places challenge.
That just reminds me of what my receptionist sent me over earlier. Hang on. I've got to read it out to you because it's a handwritten joke. Russian comes to it. Russian come. Fucking hell, I can't even read this now.
Can you read?
Yeah.
Put your glasses on, Reg.
Russian comes to England to Leicester Square to pick up a prostitute. Prostitute lifts jumper, and he says, "No, no, what's with armpits? You shave. In Russia, women woolly. She takes trousers off. Russian looks at legs, shaved legs. Why are you not woolly? Hairy leg. In England, women shave. She takes panties off. Oh, why you shave? In Russia, women. Hairy. Prostitute turns round to Russian and says, "What you want, leg over or pull over?" Yeah.
Do you know why you should never buy Russian underpants?
Go on.
Because Chernobyl fallout.
I don't know about the Russian that went to Chernobyl and got radioactive disease.
Mm.
Yeah. Ended up with 3 testicles. Ujanika Bollocks.
Bolokov, yeah. I was waiting for that one.
Oh, Jesus
Well,
Christ.
Going downhill
Oh,
fast.
Stevie, come on. Stevie next to
You know you
dear.
want to, Rev. You know you want to. I mean,
Nah.
you got the man crush on Lockwood. You got to sleep next to his helmet.
Everyone says I keep getting a bloody man crush on. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why you say it's not and everybody laugh? Come on.
It's certain riding stuff. Lamb Chopsy on the H2, Lockwood on the VFR, Zed on his.
Yeah. Can I just quote you from your previous live streams, which
Go
was
on.
that I love Lockwood's position.
Yeah, it's the riding style.
I love his position.
It's the camera
The
style.
way he moves. I'll tell you
Yeah.
what, Lockwood, if you come down, stay at mine, don't stay at his.
I'm bringing Zed with me, by the way, so I ain't going on my own. I need a
We'll
big
send
lad.
Zed to his.
All right, here we go.
End up like the only time
Yeah,
Rob
bastard.
wants to lick your bike in any 5 places challenge, isn't it? You know?
Oh, didn't you
The
put?
Bravehearts.
Oh, you bangers.
So I'm showing my support for you guys. Look,
Yeah,
So
exactly.
here's a question, guys. See, when you come up for your Scottish ride out and you're doing your vlogs, he's going to wear
Scottish
kilts.
ride.
He's going to wear kilts.
I tell you what. After what?
Can I tell you something? Actually, I'll tell you something now. I've got my own kilt. I've got my own tartan in my family name, and I've got my own crest of arms. Hey,
Oh,
I can-
wow.
That
Brilliant.
actually means that I can wear the McDonald tartan.
no, you
I've
can't
got-
because you're not a McDonald's. You're a fucking tenant. So pick
No,
up.
I've got
no.
three.
I'm officially allowed to wear the McDonald tartan.
No,
because
my
when-
lineage actually goes back to a tartan in the borders, and I've got a crest of arms as well. So
Hey.
cool.
Nice one. Yeah.
That,
my family's
I
from
can
Wales.
actually claim. I
you
can
might
actually,
not say nice one when you find out why we was while we're not longer up there, but yeah, fair enough.
No, I can imagine.
We conspired with the
some of-
English. We was
some
on the
of
borders.
Some of the border issues that were going on. at
Yeah,
the-
yeah, the border issues. We conspired with the English. We was I should say it's the Maxwell
That was
tartan.
just about the same time as we sort of conspired with the Celtic brothers that we've got over.
Yeah,
in,
that'd be about the same time. Yeah.
well, I can claim my claim to fame here because when I was down at the BBC in London, they never ever told me that you should have an equity card in an alias name. I actually took my equity card out in my real name, which was David Tennant. Handed over my equity card. And this actor happened to be next to me, and he said, I'm looking for an equity card. What's your name? He went, David McDonald. And I went, all right. I said, I'm getting rid of mine. Do you want my equity card? Because I've got to start mine up as Dave T, which is obviously my disco name. And he went, oh, what's your name? I went, David Tennant. And he went, oh, I'll have that equity card. How much do you want for it? I went, you can have it, which was David McDonald, who turned out to be David Tennant, who was Doctor Who.
Fuck
Yeah.
off.
The 11th Doctor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, really?
Seriously, I gave him my equity card free of charge because
Does he know who you are?
Yeah. I actually messaged him my brother runs what's called Brook Advisory, so he does sexual health awareness for 16, 17-year-olds, and they have what they call the condom trailer that went out, and they used to do sexual. They painted it blue and called it the TARDIS. And he said to me, he said, wouldn't it be good if Doctor Who came down and opened our TARDIS? And I went, leave it to me. I put a phone call into his agent. And they did it outside Central Milton Keynes police station with the TARDIS and the Brook Advisory, 400 people. This Jaguar pulls up, the back door opens, out comes basically David Tennant, and he went, I declare the TARDIS now open. And he walked into the trailer, looked on it, looked inside, came back out, and he went, it's exactly the same. It's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Got back in the Jag and fucked off. And my brother turned around at me and went, how the fuck did you pull that off? And I went, one favour, because he bought my equity card off me. He had my equity card off me.
God, yeah. And now he's got your name, though.
And now he's got my name. So that is how David McDonald, basically Doctor Who, got David Tennant, because he got my equity card off of me. So, yeah.
Rev, can you be my dad?
For a Scot, he's a bloody nice guy.
Did I ever tell you?
For a Scot, he's a nice guy. I mean, now, come on. Now, that's a bit of an insult.
Did I ever tell you that my real name was Linda Lovelace?
We did a tour with Billy Connolly and Jim Davidson. And, oh, God, Billy Connolly could drink like a fucking fish.
Yeah.
Admits
that.
Yeah. We went out. There was me, Jim Davidson, and I'm going back to, I think, 1987, 1988, when we did what was called the Barrack Tour. So it was Lossiemouth, Kinloss, Glasgow. We came all the way down and did Chatham Docks. Chatham Docks, fucking hell, what a shithole. And then we did down to Exeter, did Yeovil, couple of the bases there, but it was like 14 bases around the UK with Jim Davidson and Billy Connolly and a mobile disco. Billy Connolly, we were into the local pub in every venue, and he went, oh, come on, boys, we'll go and have a drink. And Jim's like, yeah, I'm up for a drink. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, come on. Jim Davidson bottled out at 7 pints. Billy Connolly was still going at 14.
Yeah.
By that time, I was in the trailer fucking throwing my guts up. I'd had about 4 and throwing my guts up. And they did that every night of the tour. And 14 pints, and next day he's up and he's fried breakfast, boom. Yeah, boys, how you doing? Boom, boom, damn. And he bang it out night after night. How that guy can knock out that much drink and that much.
I don't know if you would have seen his recent documentary. Obviously, he's got Parkinson's now, but his recent documentary, and he was talking about his early years and stuff like that. And he said, I liked a drink, but I was good at it.
Yeah, because I could bloody just drink and drink. You know, he was the one that told me about the street in Glasgow. He said, well, they measure you how far you can get up the street by the
street.
By the sick marks on the street. He said, because you get he said, there's 14 bars within about a mile. And he said, you measure yourself, but how far you can get up this street by the puke marks on the wall.
Yeah.
Rev, you've been a DJ. You that's the wife just shouting there. Yeah. Billy Connolly was in a band called the Humble Bums.
Yeah. Oh, God. He could play the banjo like a bastard.
Yeah, but do you know who one of the members of the Humble Bums was?
Go on.
Jerry Rafferty.
Oh, really? Baker Street?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, God, Jesus.
Yep, and they played in Paisley, that's just the town next to where I stay in Linwood.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
it's mad, it comes around, doesn't it? It's like, because obviously I started DJing at 18 when I came out the forces, and I've been doing it ever since, but obviously different jobs and DJing at night. And I quit 3 years ago. We were at Pinewood Studios, and I literally took the show as far as I could push it to the pinnacle. And one of my mates, he said, "Oh, your show's up for sale. Do you want to sell it? COVID was about to kick in. I knew COVID was around the corner because there was the rumours of what was coming out of China. I went, right, I'm going to bail out on this. And I said to him, you can have a 15 grand show, 7.5 grand, but you can take over Pinewood Studios, Pinewood Hotel. And he went, right, of course, COVID's kicked in. He's just started getting back in there. He done the first couple of gigs over the last couple of months. He had a good Christmas, and he's just started getting back into the gigs. And he said to me, he said, I was down at the hotel, and I'm like, yeah. And he went, good God. He said, I can't believe it. I've met Bill Gates. And I went, yeah, Bill Gates is there all the time because he flies to the UK and stays at the Pinewood Studios to do stuff. And he said, I was in there the other day and I met so-and-so and I met so, oh my God, I'm meeting so many celebrities. And he's like, and he's sent me all these photos. And I went, they're just normal people.
Yeah.
And he went, yeah. He said, oh, but for him, it's like huge. I've met superstars. And I'm like, to me, they're just normal people. See, we had Towie was a show that was on TV. The Only Way is Essex. Yeah, what a load of shit. And we had this twat called Arj come in. And I'm not a follower of Towie, but my missus is. She's like, oh my God, Arj, Gemma Collins, blah, 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 blah. To me, superstars is like Arnie Schwarzenegger, Bruce Willis, all the big ones. And she said, oh, I said, Arj is in. The guy was a complete and utter arsehole. And he was like, I want a vodka on the rocks with two bits of ice in it, one slice of lime, and a shot of lemon. And I'm like, what are you on about? You're like bottom of the list. You're Z-list celebrity, mate, and you're acting like you're A-list celebrity. Even we had Kerry Katona there. She was complete and an arsehole. Of all the people that I've met, let me just find it. Celebrities.
These are all the ones that have issues, though, aren't they? These are all the ones that are really struggle with fame.
I met this really good Scottish vlogger, and his name is this guy, and it's like Zedpool. So I've met Zedpool, but out of all of them, the top one that I've met is that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Prince Andrew.
Harry.
Yeah. And then there's the other one.
Yep.
We did the royal wedding, and they phoned up and said, right, we need an agency, supply a disco. And I went, right, I'm actually at Pinewood that day. I can supply a DJ to you. What do you want? Name the price. He'll come down and do it. And I was thinking £500-600, which is what we charge for a straight disco. Oh, we need this amount of lighting, this speaker, blah, 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 blah. And I said to me, mate, I can't be arsed with all the fucking rigmarole and hassle and that. It took him 2 hours to clear security because they went through every single wire box in his van to clear security to make sure that he hadn't got bombs in the van. He set up and I said to him, how did you get on? He went, yeah, I did 2 songs before I started. I did 5 songs in the middle. And then I did half an hour of player at the end of the night. And I went, how much did you get paid? I got paid 10 grand for playing 12 records. And I went, what did you do for the rest of the day? He said, I stood around looking like an absolute wally.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. But he made money out of it. And I'm like, oh, right. Of all the people I've met, probably the best one. And he actually took time to come out and meet me after the show and meet the missus, and that's Anton de Beck from Strictly Come Dancing. And Mrs. said to me, she went, oh, he's such a nice guy. And I went, yeah, but he's not what you call A-list celebrity. He's a Z-list celebrity, but he's just so down to earth. But,
Some of them are.
Yeah. People seem to think as soon as they get on telly, they are a celebrity.
Yeah.
My brother did Mrs. Brown's Boys when they came to Nottingham, and they got to meet them all at the very end, and they took photos with him and everything, and they went around it individually, thanking the security staff and everything.
Yeah.
It was brilliant of them, and they actually said, after Manchester happened, we tightened up security and that, and they actually said on the show, when you go out, thank the stewards and security, you know, because of what we're doing for them. And
Yeah.
they actually said, you know, when you go out, thank them. And the amount of thanks we got from the members of the public at the end of the show was absolutely brilliant, you know. So,
We did. I took the father-in-law. Oh God, because he's a huge War of the Worlds fan.
yeah.
We went up to the Birmingham NEC. Oh God, it was a couple of years ago. And I said to him, I said, I've got tickets for Birmingham NEC. And he said, oh, where are the tickets? I went, right at the back of the arena. And he went, oh, I said, I could have bought front row seats. I could have got any option, bought front. But the best sound you're going to get is from the back of the arena.
Yeah.
And he went, really? I said, because you're sat right under the back of the speakers where all the sound reverberates. And that's the best place to buy any stadium ticket. Yeah, get at the back of the arena. And
I was in the Hydro in Glasgow, and I love James. James is just a fantastic
God,
band.
they're brilliant, aren't they?
So I kind of sort of what I did was I created a Spotify playlist and I added my daughter, and like I got her listening to James, I got her listening to Happy Mondays and whatever, and then James came to Glasgow just recently, just after lockdown, and Happy Mondays were their backing band. So we went to the Hydro, and I don't know if any of you like Happy Mondays or whatever, but see Rowetta that sings for Happy Mondays, she's the most amazing female vocalist I've ever listened to.
She's done backing for loads of bands. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I said to my daughter, I said, listen, Megan, I said, you listen to her on the songs that I'm letting you listen to, but when you listen to her live, you'll understand how good she is. And I don't know if any see when Happy Mondays start their gig, Rowetta is the first person to walk onto stage. She's got a microphone and she just belts it out. So I wasn't even looking at the stage because I've been to so many Happy Mondays gigs that I know what happens. So I just sat and looked at my daughter, and as soon as they started walking out, her jaw hit the ground, and she's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe how good she is. This is, I told you." And that's where we were sitting. We were sitting not standing right at the stage. We were right back, taking it all in because the sound just hits the arena and just.
Yeah, best place any arena, because all these people that spend £300-400 to get a front row seat, you're going to get the crappiest sound. Get to the back of the arena, 20 quid seat, and you're going to get the whole experience.
Definitely. I mean, like if you've ever watched games, it's more than
MT's
here.
Hang on.
Get a link with Brandon.
Yeah,
it's more than just the sound with James. It's more the sort of visual as well, because I've got the backdrop with all the lights and so on and so forth. But
yeah, the actual best place I've worked was actually in the next to the mixer desk. So you're right in the middle.
Right in the middle of the
yeah. And I worked Paul Simon, and he came out and personally thanked us all. Paul Simon did his concert. And the mixer desk, if you hang around the mixer desk, you get the best sound ever in any concert.
I'll tell you what, if you want to get on one, go on YouTube, Bon Jovi, Milton Keynes Bowl, Lay Your Hands on Me, and blame me for ducking the sound system. Bon Jovi come out, Milton Keynes Bowl, Lay Your Hands on Me, blah, blah, blah. They go into the chorus, and then it's da, 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 and all the pyros go off. John Bon Jovi said, when I come out, he said, when Richie and the guy go across the drums, da, 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 bang everything up, hit every single pyro. I said, I've got 26 pyros on stage. And he went, I want the whole lot to go off. And I went, that will duck the microphones because there's so much acoustic vibration, your microphones will drop off. And he went, just do it. And I got clearance from the main PA stage. So, of course, Bon Jovi comes up, da, 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 da. And then you hear him, I'm a lover, and you don't hear him until he says, I'm a dreamer, because it cuts out the first 4 seconds of vocals.
Yeah.
I used to do a lot down. Hang on, why have I got two? I've got two streams going on here.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey!
When was that? 1989.
I've got two Zeds going and the Brandon as well. So yeah,
I
we
just
did
thought I
that.
would jump on again.
Oh, right.
Why's there two Zs in the stream?
I have absolutely
You're
no
seeing
idea.
things. There's not two Zs in the room. You're seeing
Looking
things.
like Mrs. Benning.
You're not seeing two Zs.
There's only one Z.
But the best, probably the best one we did. I don't know if you've heard of him. Is a guy called Matt Cardle.
Oh, aye,
he-
aye.
Yeah, he won the X Factor. Oh God, years and years ago.
Yeah.
Now Cleo Lane and Johnny Dankworth own a studio down in Milton Keynes called Stables. Simon knows Stables. I tend to go down and watch a lot of the cover bands down there. And she said to me, she went, "Oh, Matt Cardle's at the Stables. Can I have a ticket to go and see Matt Cardle?" And I went, "Yeah, all right, I'll come along." Sat there through the first half hour of the concert, bored shitless out of my brain watching him sing his own material. And I said to her, "I can't be doing any more of this. I'm going to the bar. I'm going to go and get pissed at the bar. You'll have to drive home because this is just depressing me." Went up to the bar, sat at the bar, pint of bitter in my hand,
Brandon, stop.
having
You're
a
putting
drink.
on weight, mate. If Brandon,
Yeah.
stop. You're putting on weight.
Oh,
It's not
fuck it
looking
off.
good.
Too much super sausage blend.
Yeah, too much super sausage. Sat at the bar having me beer, and this Matt Cardle comes and sits next to me. And he went, "What do you think of the show?" And I went, "Don't know, because I haven't seen it, mate." And he went, "Why is that?" I said, "Because it bored the shit out of me." And he went, "Oh, can I get an honest opinion? Do you reckon I'm all right?" And I went, "I wouldn't know." I said, "Honest opinion, mate, I am not interested in your music." I said, "If he was doing cover stuff," and he went, "What are you into?" I went, "Led Zepp, early Genesis, Pink Floyd, anything like that." And he went, "Get yourself back in." He said, "Second from last track as me encore, I'll do you a little bit of a song." So goes back in with me drink. Mrs. is sitting there. He's done Come Together, which he won the X Factor with. Then he starts playing the guitar, and
See
And he
more
starts-
meat on a fucking butcher's pencil.
he started playing the first opening lines. And I'm like, I said to the missus, I went, "If this is Comfortably Numb, he's playing it bloody good." And then he starts singing it, and I'm like, and I'm glued. I'm literally hanging over the edge of the balcony watching him play Comfortably Numb. And he points to me and starts blistering out the Comfortably Numb solo. Gets to the end of the concert, he's finished. "Thank you very much." We walk out into the bar. Everybody's there waiting for autographs. And he walked up to me and he went, "What do you reckon?" I went, "Bloody fantastic. Thanks very much, mate." He went, "Oh, is that your missus?" And I went, "Yeah." I went, "That's me Mrs. Mel." And he went, "Oh," I said, she absolutely idolizes you, but, you know, thanks very much for doing the Comfortably Numb." Turn the camera, look up there. Matt Cardle poster signed to Mel, "All my love, Matt Cardle."
Excellent.
Yeah. And that made her evening. She was like, "Oh my God, Matt Cardle." And he gave her a hug and a kiss on the cheek. For someone who's like a Z-list celebrity to actually take the time out, "Thank you very much." And he said to me, he said, "Do you know what? Thanks very much for your honesty, mate." And I went, "Why is that?" He said, "Because you don't like my music." And I went, "I never will like you." I said, "You're a cover singer, you know, you're X Factor. It's not my type of thing. I'm more into me rock tunes. I like me Genesis. I like me Phil Collins. I like me Led Zepp. I like all my old stuff." I said, "But, you know, thanks for doing Comfortably Numb." And he went, "No," he said, "I do enjoy a bit of Pink Floyd." I went, "You're not going to get any better than Gilmore, mate." But the guy was, to say he was absolutely good was absolutely amazing. Right, I'm going to shift on to this guy. I'm going to plug this. It's only sort of February now, but August, the big mental health awareness weekend. Brandon, come on, start plugging it, mate.
Hi guys, my name's Brandon. Yeah, I don't know what you want to talk about. What do you want to talk about? The actual event that's happening?
Yeah,
The
tell
actual
it.
event. That's the whole plug. Yeah, come on.
Plug.
All right.
Plug. I'm going to start for the next 6 months. I want to push this. I want this to be the biggest thing in the UK this year.
Oh wow. Okay. So basically we own a club called the 1000cc Club. A massive collection of like everyone from different ages, different bikes, everything like that. Obviously, the club's 1000cc, but we've lowered it down to 600cc. That's not the point. But we wanted to reach out and start raising awareness for men's mental health. We will be targeting everyone's mental health as a whole, as a collective, I guess you could say. It was initially to target men's, but I think, without being biased, I think we do kind of need to target everyone, because it doesn't just affect men. It does obviously affect women as well. The budget for mental health is like, I don't have the facts in front of me, but it's something silly like 600 million a year, which is nowhere near enough to cover mental health.
Exactly.
I mean, put it in perspective. For a therapist, I think it's like, I don't know, £4,000 a month for 3 individuals, right? That's 3 people, and there's over 600,000 people every week who suffer from some form of mental health issues. So there just isn't enough. So we want to try and bring awareness to this. We'll be hosting an event on the 13th of August, I say, because I haven't looked at the date for a while. Down over in Surrey way. It's near Whiteways. It's called Totes Cafe. We will have mental health specialists on site to deal with anything. And I understand people don't like speaking up about mental health, and this is the whole aim of the whole event, is to try and kind of open your eyes. It's not wrong to speak up about mental health. Everyone here, especially in this chat, I bet has some form of mental health issues. It's so widespread. And there's so many people who don't like to speak up about it, and we kind of want to be that voice. Bikers come together, bikers unite, and all this other stuff. It would be nice to kind of all be on that sort of mutual level where we can all speak up and speak out about anything that's kind of on our minds, and it's just bringing awareness to that as a whole.
I mean, like as a father of a daughter who's at high school, I can tell you right now that mental health issues amongst high school kids is increasing, and obviously that's due to the sort of pandemic and whatever we find ourselves in just now. And the statistics for that haven't even come out. We don't know the impact of that. So I mean, that's something that, so like as adults and as human beings, if we can't openly talk about it ourselves, how do we actually start discussing it with our kids as well? So like I mean, it has a bigger and broader picture. So Brandon, it's like like Rev says, it has to be fully supported.
Right. Just look at this. Sorry to interrupt, right? Just look at this, right? So there's 55.98 million individuals since 2018 in England, right? Now, if you look at the stats here, right, I've just pulled them up. 1 in 4 people will experience mental health problems of some kind in a year, right? So 1 in 4, yeah, and there's over 55.9 million people. And it's probably like 1 in 2 people are willing to, or what? It's probably like 1 in 2 people, or 1 in 6, or 1 in 10.
So you're saying,
willing to talk about it.
One in this room, one person in this room, one out of 4 of us was going to have a mental health problem.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And you could point the finger at any one of these guys here and say any one of these guys has got. I can tell you for a fact there's 3 in this room that have got mental health problems.
4. Your fingers.
Make it 4. Make it 4. Yeah.
But like, I think
I'll tell you for now, and I admit I am one of them. But
me too. I'm quite happy to own up. I have. I've not mentioned this. Fuck it. I'm gonna be honest. I woke up 4 weeks ago, sat bolt upright in bed, crying my eyes out, and the missus said, "You having a bad night?" And I went, "Yeah, 1982 Falklands."
But this is the thing. We need to not normalize it. Well, I guess normalize it. Actually, I'm gonna say normalize it. And the reason I'm gonna say normalize it is because everyone is too judgmental, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, Brandon. Sorry to interrupt. I put a video up the other day about my problems. It's on my YouTube. It inspired Simon to do one.
Yeah,
Open up and talk about his problems. I was actually quite shocked when I saw that on Simon's thing, and in a pleasant way. You know, I didn't realise what effect my video had on Simon, and it made Simon open up on it. So, you know, I think it's fantastic what you're doing, mate.
Yeah,
I really do. You know,
there was a previous there was a comment very, very early on, and Sarah mentioned it in the live stream. I'm just gonna roll back and find it. So you guys talk on. I'm gonna find that comment that Sarah actually put up.
yeah. I
carry on,
posted.
sorry.
I posted a video.
Found
it
it.
must have been. Sorry, it was about 6 months ago, and it was my mental health issues came from work. It was work related, not in any sort of extreme circumstance as it being a paramedic or a firefighter or a police officer or anything like that. But it was caused by severe stress that was happened over a prolonged period of time. That it took me initially 3 months to stabilize. I'm not going to say recover from, stabilize from, because I was falling down the rabbit hole. If you can imagine, my mind was like a glass ball, and I dropped it on the ground and I smashed it. So it was in a million pieces. I didn't know where I was, and I took the next 3 months to pick every piece up and find out where it went. Some of the pieces went in straight away, some of them didn't. And it took the last 2 years to try and finesse that back into some sort of semblance of order that matched what it was before I dropped it. And it shows you how fragile the mind is. And it shows you how important it is to look after it. And it shows you how the things that we covet and the things that we think are important don't actually matter so much as what we think they do. And it's important to talk about how you feel, how you are, where you are in your life, because you might, like Empty Belly, when you've posted your vlog and it's maybe stimulated Simon to do his. Simon might not have done that if you hadn't done yours. So you've started a chain reaction, and that's an amazing thing, an absolutely amazing thing, and that has to be admired. And that's why I put mine out. And the comments I've had from mine, I've spoken to people who have went, listen, you've just made me realise that it's okay to talk about these things.
Yeah.
Because life's life. Everyone's going through it. Some journeys are smooth, some are rough and bumpy. But that's the way it is.
It's like Sarah said earlier, that
all of us in the room are males. All of us in the room are males.
Yeah.
I'm not, and it's the man syndrome thing.
Yeah.
Man,
we do not
man
talk
up
about
or
it because
cowboy
we're
the
men.
fuck up. Yeah.
We do not talk about it because we are men and we are the head of our families. We are whatever other man thing you want to put on it. That's what we are. And we are the rocks for the women in the family to lean on and the kids. But we're not.
Yeah.
And at some point, you've got to say to yourself, well, actually, no, I need help. And it took a long time, but that's what I did.
I'll tell you what, she's not here tonight because every time I do a live stream, it bores the shit out of her. She goes to her mum's and goes and have a night at her mum's. But Mel is an absolute. She is my rock. She keeps me going through absolutely everything.
That's the same with me, with Tina.
Yeah, and she's behind me. She's, you love your motor vlogging, you love your Friday night, and she's just getting used to like Lockwood, Stewart, Simon, Andy, MT, Brandon, and she'll pop her head in the door and she'll go, "Oh, that's Simon, or that's Rev, that's Lockwood, that's Stewart." Or Hells is, she recognises Hells. Oh, that's the guy with the beard. That's Hells, isn't it? Yeah. But to actually speak to him, she hasn't sat down and chatted with any of you guys. She just puts her head in the door. She lets me get on with it. But at the back of it, and she'll say to me, she's like, some days I'll come home and she's like, "How was it for you tonight?" And we always sit down while we're having our meal. She'll tell me about her day. I'll tell her about mine. and she can instantly tell by my face if I've had a good day or a bad day. She went, "Oh, have you
Yeah.
had a oh yeah, we've had a really good day today. We've taken 1,200 quid at the garage." Or, "Oh, you're looking a bit down today. Oh, we've had a really shit bike in. I've got this problem with it. I've got this problem," and she'll say to me, "You know, talk to me, talk to me."
Yeah.
I'm like,
that
"Nah,
works.
nah,
That works
I can't be
right.
asked. I've had a really shit day. I just want to have a shower. I want to go to bed. I want to watch a bit of telly." And she's like, "Talk to me, talk to me. What's wrong?"
That works vice versa. That works the
Yeah,
same for Tracy
yeah,
and I.
yeah.
Tracy, my long-suffering wife,
Mm.
as I called her on my videos. We've known each other since 1982. We was at school together. We've known each other that long. And between us, we've had 8 children. We've got 7 left. We've known each other a very, very long time. And we just have to look at each other and we know where the other one is.
Yeah, click, yeah.
And we support each other. And like I said on my video, she was the one. I mean, I did hide it from her very well for a couple of months, but I did hide it from her very well. But I was very dark and very low, and she brought it. She brought it together, and she brought me around. And I do the same for her. And it
Yeah,
has to be said.
it's amazing. Like the women, they're always in the background, but they tend to be the rocks of your life.
But it goes back to what I said about being the man, because I was the man of the family. I'm the head of the family, and I've got an elderly father now. I've got an elderly stepfather and all the rest of it. And I'm the oldest of my generation, so I'm in charge now.
Yeah.
So the one in charge is the one in charge, and he never loses it. He's in charge, and that is
It's
it.
an,
What he
it's an
says.
evolution thing.
It's not
Isn't
what
it?
he says is God, but it's sort of like, you know, I give advice to everybody, and everybody comes to me with their problems, and I deal with them, and I tell them what they got to do. But where do I go?
Yeah, exactly. But you know, let's all get. You know, we've got I think 6-7 months to get behind Brandon's August thing.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
We're doing it. Let's see how far we can push this and get some. You know, because
it's like I said earlier. I mean, as well, the guys from Scotland. You want to come down? We can find you cots. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
we did. You
we
want to
did
come
this.
down and support?
I'm on holiday in August anyway,
and that doesn't just extend to you; it's your families as well.
Yeah, families as well.
Yeah.
You see, we did this 2 years ago with PC Harper when he got dragged behind that van and PC Harper died. And then a few bike vloggers obviously started it up. Right, what are we going to do? Because PC Harper was a biker, and it snowballed. The community, to think that the day that we actually did that ride out, there was 24,000 bikes turned up at that aerodrome. It took them 3 hours to get the bikes in, and Simon put one up. I think it's on the BRAP group. Obviously, the 5 positions in the pack. So pack leader, second section rider, mid-section rider, tail gunner. Who got bloody? And Simon brought it up on his BRAP feed the other day. The tail gunner is the most crazy person in the pack. He gets to deal with all the shit of keeping cars on. Who got dealt? I always get dealt tail gunner. And Simon said, "You happy to tail gun?" Yeah, I'm happy to go. I've realised why, because a tail gunner is the craziest person in the pack. Thanks very much. Yeah, I am the nutter at the back of the pack. But when we did the PC Harper ride out, 24,000 bikes, and it was great to, you know, the amount of money we raised off of that. If we can do the same for Brandon's mental awareness group, you know, even if we get 2,000, that will be a bloody godsend to just you know,
like to remind you, our venue can only hold 1,500 people. Just saying.
That's all right. We'll get 20,000 there by the time I finish with this, mate. It's like we'll be partying in the car park. I don't give a rat's eye. The more money we can raise, and I mentioned this. I'm not going to brag on about this, but Stevie's group, I got $50 last week. I chucked $50. The $50 that I got, I chucked to the Calgary Food Bank for help Stevie out for his people that can't get food or families that need a bit of food banks and that. I don't need the money, mate, but the more money we can chuck to you and get you lot going, even better for me. So. You know, I'm all about raising the money. You know, we're all in it, or most of us bikers are in here to pass it forward. because my mum always said to me, "You reap what you sow." And it does come back in, it does come back. I've had, I think, 5 or 6 people come in now to buy bikes at the garage. And they've all gone, "Oh, we've watched Rev Bomb's channel. We've watched blah, 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 blah." And Phil's gone, "Bloody hell, I've sold a bike out of your YouTube channel." Well, if I'm doing something good that's making you money, then, and he's like, "Oh, well, here's an extra bit of money for you." Then I don't want the money, mate. I'm just happy to do my job and know that I'm doing a bloody good job of it.
No, you do an excellent job.
Yeah. But I always say you can only get out what you put in, and if I'm quite happy to give 110% every time. I did it with the disco. I had 40 years of pushing the disco as hard as I could, and now obviously I'm pushing the garage as hard as I could. But the thing that infuriates me is these little 16 and 17-year-olds that think they can walk into a job, do fuck all day, and get a wage out of it.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that really aggravates the shit out of me.
Sorry, those are the people I have to defend in my union role.
No, but that's a generation clash more than anything. It's like
exactly.
My work just now is like my work's getting
James was the one that came to me for the L plate this week. Now I know who you are, James. Popped into the garage to buy an L plate from me.
Welcome, James. Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
It's like
welcome to the club. You got ripped off. You could have gone Alfred's and got it half price.
I'd have got you for £2, James.
Oh, but you got to meet me, yeah. But at the end of the day, you're out there to push the brand. You're out there to do what you do. And if you can help someone, if I can step someone up the ladder to the next step along the way, that'll put a bigger smile on my face than taking 50 quid off of someone.
You see, it's like you're talking about the youth of today. It's like my work just now. We're building an extension, and we've got like a building site on the back end of the factory. And one of the fathers of one of the builders has actually brought his son onto the building site, and you cannot believe how tight his father is giving him it, because this boy wants everything done for him. Everything. It's like this boy can almost send a whole text message without taking his phone out of his pocket. It's unbelievable, the generation of today. It's like they can search Google without even lifting their phone. It's like, I honestly think kids of the future are going to have eyeballs on the top of their head because they constantly walk about like that. So they're going to be looking out eyeballs on the top of their head. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Can I touch on that for a wee minute and get back to the whole mental awareness thing? And I find that, see, if I have a break from my phone and I decide and I wake up on a Saturday morning and I say, I'm just switching my phone off, how I can interact with my family and see what's going on, and how good that makes me feel in myself, rather than sitting there with my phone and seeing how many folk have replied to my Instagram feed, or how many folk that I need to reply to on my latest video or whatever, where I'm not interacting in any way. And then I feel a bit guilty about the fact that I'm just sitting with my head down like this, and really I should be looking at the picture that my daughter's drawn and put my name against it. Or, what we've had a discussion about we're having for tea that night, and I'm kind of feel like what I'm doing is I'm sitting on my phone and I'm going, yeah, but I'm not listening to anything that anyone's saying.
Yeah.
But then you feel really guilty about it. So I think that is a big, sorry Zed, I think that is a big thing about today's day and age, and the way even a lot of younger kids are struggling when it comes to mental health.
Yeah, a lot of it though is he's like, they'll see somebody on YouTube like unboxing toys, and they've got so many million followers and all this lot, and they're earning money from it, and they think they can do that as well. The generation technology has got a lot to do with the problems nowadays.
They can't.
It really has.
We do a thing where we go to the pub. Me and the wife, because obviously Thursday night is what we call date night. So
Mm.
she'll choose a restaurant one week, I'll choose a restaurant the other. But we'll normally go with 3 or 4 friends, and we play the phone game. So phone goes on the table upside down. The next phone stacks the opposite direction, and you stack the phones on the table. You set them in vibrate mode, so you don't know which phone is vibrating. The first person to pick their phone up off of that pack pays the bill.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you want to pick your bill up do you want to pick your phone up for the sake of paying 6 people's other bill? No, you'll leave it to the end of the meal. But we actually proved doing it the second week in, and we all turned our phones off. Why? Because we was having a conversation across the table.
I don't want to get political on any sort of live stream, but
you get political, mate. I don't give a
no,
shit.
but there's a whole agenda with regards to the mobile phone technology, and the governments are pushing this agenda with regards to how much interaction that we spend on them, because the fact that we are spending so much time on our phones means that they can spend a lot more time increasing gas and electricity bills and so on and so forth without us actually paying attention, because we're watching what the next trend is on TikTok or Instagram or so
Or
on.
me
and so
falling
forth.
off my motorbike, you know.
Listen, it's like MT, you said yourself about the advertising thing. It's like the advertising companies have caught on to how much money can be made from somebody who's successful on Instagram, TikTok, or whatever. It's a big issue, Lockwood. This all sort of my whole point is about what you just said about switching your phone off and stepping aside. That's what people need to do. They need to deliberately disengage from what's happening in social media just now, whether it be YouTube, Facebook, whatever it is, because Brandon, this also ties into mental health issues, because if somebody is struggling in life and they're on a social media platform that sees somebody that appears to be succeeding and doing far better than themselves, it makes them feel worse than they actually should.
Agreed.
You know, it's like it's all relative to what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Definitely. Right, guys.
Brandon.
It's getting on for 11. I am due to get up in 5 hours.
10 past
12. 10 past midnight.
Been on since 4 hours.
10 past 12, sorry.
You've
10 past 12.
You've got another hour. You're fine.
Thank you, Rev, for wrapping your stream up at 10 o'clock so I can run mine.
I'm going to give it another few minutes.
Simon, you're only 2 hours late, buddy.
That's why I sent that message.
10 o'clock. So,
give Simon some exposure.
Right.
What I'll say though, before Rev ends, is
we're going across to Simon's channel.
Oh, but what I'll say to you anyway, before you disappear, Rev, anyway, is every week when I come on a Friday, I'll give you all like a rundown of how far we've got with planning the mental health. And if you guys have any ideas or anything like that, just drop us a message. I mean, you guys speak to my dad more than you guys speak to me. So just tell him and he'll tell me or whatever.
Lovely.
Right. Go from there.
Brilliant. We're going to shoot across you guys are going to shoot across to Simon's channel, because I'm up at 5 a.m. to go off to the garage for strip the GTR down and whatever. MT, tell us a little bit about yourselves and what you do.
Me, I'm Empty Belly, live in Nottingham. Just normal bloke, goes around on his Michigan when he's not falling off of it, and just showing you the sights and areas of Nottingham and the different places.
Brilliant. Simon?
If you want to know what I'm about, join me on a live stream in a bit.
My boy, Lockwood.
My son.
Just come and look at my channel, because I'll tell you all about vests and how amazing they are and how you should really wear them. And look at Brandon. I mean, look at that hot totty over there wearing his vest. That's what it's all about. Come on to my channel, Scottish boy, couple of bikes. It's decent.
Said. Scottish rider. ZZR 1400, doing all sorts of silly stuff on social media just to make you laugh, just to make you smile for a wee second, to make you forget about the day. And that's about it.
And this guy down
Spot on.
here, Brandon, the MT Tank. Tell us about yourself, Brandon.
My name's Brandon. My YouTube channel is MT Tank. I run a motorcycle club and I post random rubbish on YouTube.
Brilliant.
With
Right.
good audio.
Yeah, with good audio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
We didn't see Carl
Oh,
dance
yeah,
tonight. I was
aye,
expecting
aye.
Carl to pop in the stream
Oh yeah, I
tonight.
thought
but
he was. I thought he was coming on tonight.
But hopefully we'll catch up with Carl on the next one. Guys, thank you very much. We are all going over this side to Simon GTR 1400. So as we always do every Friday, I do the first bit normally till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. It's now 12:15 and I'm
Slept in, mate.
You
about
fucking run
4
over, haven't you?
running
You have-
4.5
you've
hours till I have
slept
to get up in the morning. I'm going to be fucked in the morning, Simon.
I hope
Simon
so.
is the-
Serves you right.
Cheers, mate.
Simon's live streams to
Yep,
4
it's your own
o'clock
fault.
now.
But thanks very much to MT, Simon, Lockwood, Stuart, Brandon, James, obviously, loads of people in tonight. John Dyard, McLean, Sarah, Mrs. Burning Gas Hall in House, Mrs. MT Belly, Crumbly, Exeter.
He's
There were
dragging
so
it out
many.
now, isn't he?
Yeah, all right, we're dragging it out. Down yourself. But thanks to everybody, guys. We shall see
Drag
you
out
same
this
time,
second,
same
Simon.
place next Friday night. If you are out this weekend, I'm not. But I'm sure Simon and the boys will be out. Don't forget, all the bikers are all over here. Follow all of them. Click on their channels. Stuart, Lockwood, you can check out all their channels. Give them a big follow. Give them a thumbs up. If you haven't clicked the like and subscribe on my channel, and the amount of bloody videos that we do every week, especially the live streams, click the like button.
All of none this week. Yeah.
Don't forget, Military Biker's got a new reveal. But until the next time, guys, thanks, MT. Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Lockwood, Stuart, Brandon.
All the best, buddy.
Until the next time, guys, big
Cheers,
goodbye
guys.
from me and take care. Have yourself a fantastic weekend. Cheers, boys.